Good morning, everybody. Second here. Sorry for the delay. All right. Discord working. Bleeded Gherk. Yeah. Stream, same like DTCC slash Twitter. Sorry, I'm gonna have a little bit of a difficult time seeing chat. What's a Twitter? You know. Why am I in the dark? So, the eye strain from the lights is fucking me up. And then this morning I couldn't see, and I put Oragel in my fucking eye. So that was fun. Yeah, I'm alright. It was an interesting sensation. I don't even know why I fucking own Oragel. Flying blind today. A little bit. I'm betting a theme for the next 8 hours will be our 152.50 CCs safe today. Probably not. Yeah, I thought it was. So I have like eyeball lube that I bought. And I thought it was that because it comes in like a little like Neosporin type tube. Apparently, both tubes are exactly the same size. MOASS finally happens. I can't see it. I can still see it out of my right eye a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna close this so people stop asking me about it. I missed the last two streams. Is BBY still an obvious buy around 16 despite earnings? Thanks again for everything. I think earnings weren't that bad. The press for earnings wasn't great, but they have $8 billion in yearly revenue and a fucking $2 billion market valuation. So I don't know. You tell me. But yeah, I think RC's buy-in price is quite good. Speaking of BBBY, what's it doing? Attempting to destroy my 1750 calls. Good thing I sold CCs. Caterpillar actually just fucking taking off. Jesus. Strong open. So two. Ooh, how's this? So little bump. I think if I can find a low on SST, I'm gonna enter the last part of my $25 position here. As it moves. Fuck. As it moves into tomorrow, I think we're going to see a slow improvement in price over the course of today. So I'm going to be looking for any prices I can get below this trend line. GME just getting actually fucked on. Saks is probably going to do well today. Tesla rejected at 10.11. Back under 1,000. Buy climbing nicely. For anybody who listened to me yesterday and got calls, good job. And yep, push back to gamma neutral on GameStop, which is kind of what I expected. Holler if you dump your 152.50 cc's, will you? Yeah, I will. Musk doing a pump and dump with Twitter? Probably. Glad I didn't get out of X. It's taking off. Yeah, it's doing really well today. I actually want to enter a new position on this. Something shorter term. This is dead. Just close them out in market order. I forget what. What duration? I'm buying everything for March 20th because I just don't want to deal with the theta decay. Or May 20th, sorry, which is far enough out. It's like everyone's favorite new meme stock right now. It's on Alto. Domo Capital's been tweeting about them. I'm well aware. We kind of covered this yesterday. I don't think it's bad. Like it's a small gainer, but I don't see a lot of potential in it. I'm really not sure what the upside is there. Like the company's decent. They're a little bit undervalued. I just don't know if I see it as being like, I mean, if maybe if you were in it quite a while ago, but I don't really know if I see the value in it now. Like, why would Domo be tweeting about it? It's not, nobody's giving out like stock picks for fun, right? That's something you need to consider on any of those, honestly. Like, why are they talking about it? That should be your first question anytime anybody suggests a stock to you. Anytime anyone tries to sell you something, I do give out pickles picks for fun, but not just fun. I mean, I want people to be able to use them as a learning experience, which is why I started doing it. Not for people to degenerately YOLO into shit, but you know, people are gonna just do that. Can't stop them. Who's more arrogant, expensive consultants or stock market analysts? Stock market analysts, without a doubt. I give out stock pits for fun literally every day. Just no one listens to me. That's because you're you. Holy very rug pull. Yep. Yeah. Our Discord single-handedly pumping the coal industry right now. Oh, and steel. DDS going for 300. Yeah. I think I might start putting a stop on it. I can't ever get my fucking CCs to fill. How low do you think it can go over the next week or so? I'm not sure it will go that low. Sort of minimal FTDs today, by the way, guys. Both FTD dates, ETF and MM, from fairly low volume days. So I don't expect a lot of CNS movement. We may kind of just track with the market, which also may be recovering a little after yesterday's surge. Nice exit this morning, though, for anybody who is targeting 445. Dock you down a little, but not cheap enough yet to re-enter. Twitter's interestingly priced. Hmm. Huh. Bank earnings down, but well, weird. Standard earnings down. Is buying puts when it opens back up a terrible idea? It could be. I don't know. I didn't really look at it. Hold on. Second. Hold on. I gotta take this. Sorry. What was it? Baru? And you're gonna pay out the ass for them, but sure. Didn't it downside halt the other day too, though? Risky. Like the sell-off is all that strong. There's a lot of pushback on this. Scaring people. Sorry, I'm struggling seeing things right now. Just crush this under max pain, huh? Alright. IBKR API buying options, except the real-time bars are on the 5-second time frame. Any cool things to do on the 5-second you know of? With algorithmic trading you can. But that's not really my speciality. You'll have to look that up. Lots of negative news paired with hard shorting. Yeah, short and distort. Volume spikes aren't represented in the tick by tick or volume analysis. Boofing in the dark hole, probably. Just internalization. When do you think BBBY will find a floor? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to keep dropping or not. It's getting relatively cheaper. I should close these calls though. Let's see. Can they run it back up today? Where are my fucking... Those are at 20? Fuck, that's my hedge though. I'll sell off like 6 of them. Oh. Six. Uh, more of those there. $20 cheaper. Fucking. Oh. Phil. No, I have like 20 contracts open on SST right now. I don't know if I need more than that. It's a nice bounce. GME about to rip. Somehow doubt that. I see rad. It's a nice jump. It's a gamble. What expiry on SST? May 20th. Gator ripping. Looking a little better. Still hasn't hit yesterday's high yet, right? It is looking better. 626. Yeah, we'll see if it breaks that. Ugh. Who bought Ader puts? Didn't he buy them for like really far out? How can we tell if GME is in a Wyckoff accumulation or distribution? It's like a run up to phase E accumulation, but it also looks like it could be phase C distribution. Thanks for all your help. Uh it's hard to tell. But we did come off of a spring DK. So, if the last 3 months were not distribution, you could argue that, our distribution played out very quickly, which it has in the past. And that we're gonna see more downside. But I don't think so. I think the drop is too slow. If you look at each quarterly cycle as it's a distribution event, then sure. Although I don't think the volume trends back that up. We would be seeing increasing volume to the downside if it was distribution. You could argue that the end of November was a distribution, the end of distribution. People scared of the long weekend? I don't know. How much data would you give yourself on AT&C BBBY? Couple weeks probably. Maybe like the next monthlies or June. Just cuz I think it'll find a balance back in the $20 range before OPEX or at OPEX, May OPEX. Why does HD hurt me so? It's been kind of a fickle little bitch right around 310 over the last few days. That's why I bought far enough out that the seasonality of it can take over where price action may otherwise fail. Do you find them adequate? Yeah. I mean, I have what, 28 inch? monitors. Do BBY always have Junes? Am I this bad of a trader? I think it did. Yeah. Is it smart to build BBY options position August, starting with deep out of the money calls over the next month, move closer to at the money? That way I pay less for theta, and I'm in early enough for volatility. Yep. That is mostly the correct way to do it. My AMD weeklies, you winked at me not to buy prints. What industry average for BBY like stores PS ratios? About 1. So many conflicting numbers. I have no idea what the industry average is. I think they're 28.5. They're curved though, so it's relatively like 27. Or at least the boxes say 28.5. They're sitting right here. MOASS confirmed after 152? No. But tests of higher highs would be indicative that we're about to move up. Or could be indicative of us moving up. BBY dead? Not sure. Compelling. Very cheap. Probably a good bounce play if nothing else. No, I don't think you missed anything much. Does PM movement apply when creating pennants and other formations? It can, depending on how much volume and if the price movement is sustained in regular trading hours. Sometimes shit spikes in the middle of the night. Like you'll see some stocks that blind. You'll see some stocks that kind of like do that overnight, and they open and close at relatively the same price. And if they don't, like it balances almost immediately after market open. This kind of after hours movement can mostly be ignored. The after hours movement that you don't want to ignore is sustained price increases. So if the price goes up or down, decreases as well, and is sustained through market hours, and there's a continuation of that price movement, or that price realization, um, those are important. And then there's some things where you always look at after hours, like the SPY. Can you tell me if the PM movement on Atom means? I feel like I just explained it. I mean, it's a sustained price movement, right? So, I mean, if it falls back, then it doesn't mean much, right? Just insider buy or a dark pool clearance could be hedging. Um, there wasn't a lot of volume except this morning. Even then, 14,000 volume on that. That's not too much, but there's definitely an interest in keeping the price lower. Does this frequently move overnight? I feel like this is related to some sort of that would also be a breakout, I think. I think maybe you asked me about this stock before. Um I mean, that's a breakout and indicative of probably more move to the upside of this massive descending channel. So it could be breaking out. SST is looking pretty good, actually. They're using almost the exact same CNS clearance like model or algo that they use on GameStop. How many contracts did you buy on for SST? I think you showed up on my whale alerts. No joke. Not that many. Bring the bolometer back. Where is it? Let's see it. I don't want to get asked questions about it all fucking day. That's why I got rid of it. So breakout for GME could happen at any time. Yeah, potentially. That's not a good entry for SST. I was thinking the 2350 area. Yeah, 2350 is a very cheap price. Anything far enough down to drop the price of 25s. But I've gotten May 2025s everywhere between fucking like 195 I think I got some for, and 240, 260. What other channel? Grabbed 100 BBBY at 1660. Might sell a $20 call for next week as a hedge. Are there any ETFs that don't allow cash settlement? ETNs, I don't think allow cash settlement. ETFs, I'm pretty sure they all do. I didn't get rid of it. My fucking hard drive got deleted with like 4 videos on it, and I have to remake them all. Believe it or not, after streaming 8 hours a day, I usually have other shit to do. Do you have any write-ups on mechanics of how ETFs are used to suppress GME? Several DDs. They're all available on Reddit. Both in my dailies and my bigger DDs. Viking off for OPEX is probably a good one. I explain the system they use for shorting GameStop and laundering their FTDs through ETFs. Any borrowing updates on GME? Yeah, rates are dropping and shares are being returned. Easter egg hunt at Adabit's farm. No, definitely not. Thank you, Carl, for linking all the DD. I appreciate it. There is no MOASS the Trilogy Book 4, you son of a bitch. Yeah, no problem, Alan. Cat doing a thing. Yeah, Cat has a very nice breakout today. If we look at it here on the daily, almost a perfect bounce off of this 215.39 resistance. And just nice clean move to the upside today. Performance in cat, X, coal, these are not good indicators for the market. This is signifying a shift to value investment over growth. The fact that all of the commodities are running and Dow stocks are running, big blue chips, which is a sign of less faith and growth in the near future. Don't get me wrong, when the market bottoms out, that's the time to invest in growth, but now is not it. AMD getting shorted hard. Yeah. Yeah, they're pushing down on it. Although, doesn't look so bad. Maybe another retest of the low here. What was that, 94.80? If it bounces here, I mean, it's right in range for reverse head and shoulders. GameStop doesn't look good today. I think more consolidation. XRT's bumping a little bit though. They got to get more shares back in XRT to trim down the SI. Jesus Christ. SST looks like it's pushing to break out of 24 or 37. Twitter's moving up a little bit. BBBY find a floor. Yeah. Very good price on that right now. I've already doubled my salary this year in the market with your insight and educational stuff. Cheers, dude. I hope you have a great long weekend. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. You too. Congratulations. That's fucking awesome. Purchase 2 of the books in your wiki. Which do you recommend I read first? Technical analysis. Technical analysis. And I would learn fundamental analysis before options. I would learn options last. I think they're good to learn early. I think I made a mistake when I first started trading and not learning them early enough, which probably burned a year of potential profits. But I would still learn fundamental analysis before you learn options. I've been looking for an entry for July call for GME. What IV would be good in your opinion? Our current IV 30 is really low. If you look out at like June and August, IV's a little more elevated today, but relatively low. I think our IV 30 yesterday dropped to almost 85. Today there was like oh wait, those aren't, sorry. Yeah, see, like under 100 for July. These are getting quite cheap. From an IV perspective, they're getting, and the IV is dropping pretty rapidly. I would still be patient. I think today max pain is at 149.55. We may see a brief bounce above it, but gamma neutral's at 146, so there's a potential they can push the stock back down to that. They went for it this morning pretty hard. It'll depend which way CNS falls at the end of the day, but I'm not seeing the bumps in institutional buying we were seeing yesterday. VWAP is not trending well yet. Trending down quite a bit, actually. Recession imminent? Ha 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 ha. You're the one buying a fucking house right now. DDS is touching 300. Any correlation with GME run up after DDS peaked? No. DDS is too volatile to really try to tie it to anything else. I mean, even this price action, right? This move from fucking 286 to 300 is on 23,000 volume. It's so volatile that it's almost useless to try to do any correlation with it or try to do technical analysis on it. Except on extremely long time frames like the weekly. Gamma neutral 149.25. Thank you, by the way. Appreciate that. So it moved up today? Oh, nice. I just noticed that you put the charts up. I'll add those to the daily as soon as I update. What am I doing here? Ripping? No. It moved up $1. What's our delta neutral? Does our delta neutral move up too? It moved down. It's weird. 65. Put call OI. 146. Okay. So just under 150? I wonder if max pain bumps up to 150, 250 today. $180 puts being sold and deep in the money calls that were likely intraday trades. Thoughts on that and what it means for GME? Sold puts at 180 is bullish, but it can also be the marking long of FTDs. So it's hard to tell. But there were about $4 million worth of them. It was a big position. It could just be like a condor, right? Like a short condor, which probably isn't a bad play on GameStop right now. Could do like a short condor between 150 and 180. Very low risk, high profitability. Like 180 puts right now, or even for weeklies. I can't remember what day they were sold on, but weeklies are, $30.90 credit. I'm pretty sure SST might break out soon. I agree. VXX tracking the VIX again now? Yes. Why was there no news about that? Wheat's having a rougher morning. Still looks good. If rig is something you guys are interested in at like $5, I know a lot of you are in this play. This current trend looks pretty good. I don't know if it'll retest 5, but it could. See, this is looking quite good now. Interesting that I found a floor so high. Would have expected it to drop lower. Anybody know when the Senate vote is? For that fucking bill? Starting to read. My work ethic is telling me we MOASS soon. One second, guys. Oh, let me update the daily with the charts. Remember, it's Friday, so if we do break out and we test like 154, 156, we'll probably see some profit taking on 0 DTEs. Thoughts on AMD? Still cheap. Don't buy weeklies. That's been my thoughts on it for quite some time. Buy a lot of theta. My thoughts on the overall market, not so bullish. So there's risk there. I don't think the market's going to tank before AMD earnings, if that's the question. No wink. Just don't ever buy weeklies. They suck. Unless you know what you're doing. And you're going to be in and out of them very quickly. Or you're willing to throw the money away. Yeah, it didn't look like Vero was done. No winks. 0 winking. GME did hit a new high, I saw. Did it? I thought it hit 152.25. 26. That is higher, right? Yep. By a penny, but higher. Remember on the last day of the week, you can see a spike above max pain as longs take profits. But these usually aren't sustained. So it'll be interesting if we sustain this breakout. Next resistance at 154. Okay. What's happening to AMD? It's getting smashed into earnings. This is fairly common for AMD, but good prices in this low range. How do you feel about the volume of GME? It's kind of shit. But the bid-ask spread is nice and wide. I think it just saw it hit like $1.25. It's almost 80 cents at the money. Yeah, Cat's been doing things all morning. It's doing quite well. Moving up to test its upper resistance. And on decent volume too. Here. There you guys. This is the daily. Let's drop it down to like the 1 hour. So nice volume. Moving up to test that upper resistance line. This point at 224.34, this is kind of important. 224.45, like that 10-cent range. It can get rejected here potentially, but the volume spike looks good, and I think it'll sustain. If it breaks out of this channel that it's been locked in for fucking months, the upside potential is massive. I don't know how quickly that would be realized, but it could happen fast. Bought into some cat yesterday, but probably not enough. Are you waiting to get into calls until the first week of May for GME? I mean, I'm going to be pretty greedy with my entry. I made a lot of money on the last run, so I'm not in a rush. Do you mean not to buy weeklies on GME or any other stock? You shouldn't, unless you know what you're doing. They're very high risk. They're fine for intraday trades, nothing that's going to be held, but don't try to swing trade on a weekly time frame, because if the option moves against you at any point, you'll lose everything. Thoughts on HD? Another good entry. Yeah, I think as long as it chops in this channel, all of these entries are fairly good. Yeah, it seems to just have found a low of like 306. It's still looking to break out, but it's a bit slow. Would you say 1 month out is a good entry for swing trading options? It depends on the, I mean, that depends on the swing. Like how long is the stock going to take to reach your price target? Sometimes it's quite a bit longer. I don't understand how it gets slammed into the ground so hard. They short the fuck out of it. AMD has had massive short positions, almost equal to GameStop for years. Um, this is compelling. Interesting. XRT? Hmm. Curious. Can you tell me why you choose to use migrate currency and save 1 penny instead of 1 cent? Pointless question. What's doing X head in and need to know? What? My autistic brain can't reconcile the delayed data. I think if you deposit like $200 or something into TDA, you can get real time data. You don't have to use it to trade, like do anything but paper trade. But if as long as you deposit money, then they'll let you get real time data. How do you judge breakouts when you don't like oscillators? I don't use oscillators to predict price movement. It's not that I don't like oscillators. It's just I don't like the way people use oscillators. They use them incorrectly. They use them as a forward-looking analysis tool, and they're not. Even the ones that claim that they do don't. Thanks, Barry. You gonna get a sign, bruv? I don't know. Maybe. What do you think of the meme ETF? I mean, it's super tiny. Are you asking like its relation to GameStop shorting? It barely has any shares in it. Elon selling his Tesla and buying GME confirmed. I doubt it. Americans always say 1 penny instead of 1 cent. They say both. New fan of SMA 120 and 20 meeting and bounce on GMA's daily chart. The technicals look good for a turnaround. We'll see how high we can push. Lots of call interest at 160. Not so much at 155. For 0 DTEs. 7,150 is in the money. That's what I'd be worried about, is if we see a rejection on these resistances, we could see a mass sell-off of the 150s that are supporting this price move. This has to be Pulte buying in? That's ridiculous. The Tesla dead. GME squeezed today, right? I don't know if it's squeezing. Volume's ramping, which was good momentarily. We'll see if that peak was the end of that volume, though. Tesla, yeah, back under 1,000. It's moving down with the... I don't think tech's having a very good day overall. Apple down, Tesla down, Netflix down, Facebook down. Obviously, SPY down. How much more can Tesla drop? Rejection here could be kind of brutal, actually. Back to at least 980. Seem to find some support here. How do you block someone in chat like Victor? I have no idea. SST looking for good for a run today or not? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if SST is gonna run today or if it's just gonna like slowly climb up a little bit. So far, it doesn't look great. And this is suggesting a little more control from the short side and a little less confidence from longs, which is unfortunate. But 240 on May 2025 seems like a very good deal. You can get them cheaper, but not much. Volume suggests we have higher highs coming today. That'll depend on how long the 150s get held for. If they're able to successfully bring it back below 150 right now, that will be very bad for the price improvement for the rest of today. Yeah, that's because I'm like half blind in my left eye right now. Sorry, the lights are off, but there's enough light. You can fucking see where I am. We in phase E now? No. but we may be shifting trend. If we start to break into phase E, there's a few ways to tell whether we in fact are or not. This is too low of a time scale. 1 second. Let me go out to the 1 hour. So a couple ways to tell will be if this is our bottom, right? And we start to curve up, finding higher highs like that. This could also just be the peak of this run, right? This is something we have to be wary of because the peak of the previous run is still higher. It was at like 160.56. So this could very easily just be the peak of this run, and we misjudged this as the peak. This is in fact now the peak of this run, actually. So this could easily just come back down. If it keeps going higher, that's another story. That would indicate that we're moving into this phase E price improvement. We can also look for just something else I should mention here. We can look for the price to kind of stagnate in this range and then shift up. Like stair stepping up to the other side. This can also indicate a move into phase E. As buy pressure mounts, we have a little bit of that here, right? We can see it kind of play out. If that continues, it's still walking it up, right? It's still indicating that buy pressure is outweighing sell pressure, which is indicative of a bigger move to the upside. I thought phase E would be a straight line. What an idiot. I mean, it's not. It's generally marked by several steps. It can be. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes Wyckoff really does just fucking break to the upside, like straight up. It is generally considered when there is a breakout in phase E, and when it does happen, it's usually kind of big. The biggest problem with Wyckoff is its timing, right? Wyckoff entries are supposed to be multiple year events between distribution and accumulation. It was a model designed when the markets moved slower and were less speculative and fairer. So there are issues with it. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's not. This has been multiple years now. Yeah, but you could also argue that the entire year of GameStop was a distribution event. So Wyckoff would say that this was distribution. This whole thing, right? Let's go out to the daily. There would have been, Cohen's initial buy-in and Burry and DFE all back here during this accumulation period. The distribution event beginning phase E beginning in or moving into distribution phase E in January, right? With then distribution realized over the course of the year, moving into a higher accumulation event, right? So Wyckoff would say that this is perfectly natural price movement and that there was no manipulation. That this would be the expected price action of a long-term buy and hold. And so entries here and here would best improve over time, right? But look at the time frame, and GME I would say had a very accelerated distribution period. Sometimes you can look at other stocks and this would happen over, 5 years. And as it realizes fairer and fairer value, the length of time of these events should be more drawn out. Give me some good news for GPS to hit 422, 16 by 422. I don't know if it will. That was kind of just a YOLO. Yeah, Wyckoff, I mean, technically Wyckoff takes manipulation into account without it being realized because it's manipulation is realized in price action. That's why it's considered price analysis and not trend analysis. And they're actually not the same. Yeah, if you look on a smaller time frame, you can find more instances of Wyckoff. But you know, for correct Wyckoff analysis, you need to have those trends backed by appropriate volume and price action. So if the volume and price action are not correct, then no. Just to confirm, the 4/8 date to be able to vote for GME, is that the date you need to have shares to the split also? No, it's not, Ken. The ex dividend date will be announced when the split is announced, which the split is not. It is still pending an announcement. There will be a split announcement with an ex dividend date and all of the pertinent information later on. Right now, the current vote is just for the change in the corporate charter. You won't get it for a few days. It takes like a few days or a couple weeks. Fidelity's generally kind of slow with getting the voting material out. You'll get it in time though, don't worry. Can I go into 228? Yeah, it could. It's currently breaking its upper resistance. So I expect it'll just keep pushing. What's more likely, GME squeezing before the ex dividend date versus after the ex dividend date? They're about equally likely. It depends on if longs want to recall their shares or not. If they don't recall their shares, then it'll squeeze after the split, and in a more liquid environment, which is ideal for the shorts. If they recall, then it could squeeze before, which is ideal for the longs. The degen god. SST on its classic CNS schedule today. How high will we go after lunch? Um, I'd like to see the week close out above like 24. So, you know, if we can start to see some price improvement after this reversal into close, I'd like us to break back up into this uptrend by end of day. It's kind of steep though. It may not happen, but I'd like to see that all the same. There's plenty of options in the money, even at this price, for there to be more exposure next week. BBY doing very nice. Nice bounce back. They're trying to get people to sell out of options on GameStop. They're gonna bring it. Yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna bring it up and then down. Give multiple exit opportunities to clear out those 150s. This is how they bleed pressure. Very good at it. That's why zero DTs kind of suck. It's not a forced recall due to the split. It would be they would have to rebalance their short positions due to the split. They would owe longs those shares regardless. So they would have to pay the dividend, which would require buying shares at market, which is, the exact recipe you need for price improvement, right? Did you hold 24 SST calls over the weekend? Yeah. 24 is a little bit of an odd, yeah. What date do you have them for? I think the issue is not that the strike is illiquid, it's that the date and the strike are illiquid. If you bought weeklies or something, you might want to roll them to a more liquid strike. Although if you're not getting a fill on the sell, I don't know what to say. If they're in the money, you should be able to sell them. IWM bounce at 200. Why are you all over this ETF? The fuck? Oh. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I hope you're not playing the short side of that. Bounce to like 205. Jimmy. On top of that, they wouldn't have to rebalance their swaps, which could cause huge volume depending on their size, correct? Yeah. I mean, they can cash settle that, so that's not as big of a deal, but it can cause a large amount of volume. I think it's more the ETF forward contracts that would have to be rebalanced that would cause the majority of the volume, not rebalancing the TRSs. I still think a lot of people aren't understanding exactly what they do. I don't know how to explain it differently. It's overly complex. XRT gonna explode before or after the split? I don't want to think about the headache trying to balance the amount of GME shares in that thing. We'll see. Yeah, XRT's short interest is relative to the number of shares available in its float at any given time. So 1,300% short interest is not necessarily indicative of an increase in short interest, but more indicative of a decrease in shares outstanding, which means large amounts of creation. If GME hit 100K per share, most people would have already sold. It's me, BK. Even if GME fucking hit like $68 million a share at the peak of the squeeze, right? Like say this is 68 million. The overall cost of the squeeze would probably still only be like a couple $1 trillion. Most people will have sold at these points in the squeeze. Like, when they do analysis on peaks of runs and the number of sellers at the peak of a run on a stock, it's only like 0.2 to 0.8% of the people who owned the stock here sell here. and realize the maximum amount of profits. Do you know if there is a minimum amount of days GME could set the X div from the announcement of the split div? Yeah, there is. It's the SEC has a guide, like a guidebook for handling splits. I can't remember. I think it's 10 days or something like that. Well, my point is that the government doesn't necessarily need to intervene because the cost of the squeeze is still relatively minimal. It's not like the squeeze is going to rob them of like $60 trillion or something, you know? And the DTCC can more than handle a few trillion. Even if it were to do that, I'm just saying that, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean government intervention because they only need to intervene if there's a massive amount of lockup at that point. I'd say a more likely scenario, though, is that, you know, the stock starts to run hard and gets frozen by the SEC. What happens if a dividend is announced but the shares are in transition? If they're in transition during the ex dividend period, probably wouldn't receive. Uh, I think once they're in computer share system, you'll receive the dividend no matter what, even if they're still transferring, quote unquote. As long as there's, you know, a book entry of their shares somewhere, they'll receive the dividend. Which should happen immediately upon placing the transfer order. Because that sort of price and 10 million shares are still DRS, the government would definitely step in. Probably. People holding doesn't really matter, right? They don't have to buy your stock, just any GME they can get. Yeah, there's no serialization of shares. Lenders don't give a shit what kind of share is returned to them. Synthetic, real, it doesn't matter. As long as a share is returned. There's always been this pervasive ideology in GameStop that somehow there's a difference between shares, and it's just false. All shares are equal, essentially. Do you expect shorts opened before Jan last year to still be open? I mean, packed into derivatives, not reported and held. My favorite is the I'm only selling on the way down, while they downvote people who tell them that the way down is a straight line because there's no buyers. Yeah. Just send her on vacation if we start to squeeze. YouTube lube. How would you play OPEX with the possibility of a share recall coming shortly afterwards? Play both sides. This is good. Moving up on very, very low volume right now. Second test? Ooh. People get confused because you need to call something synthetic to explain the creation, but after that point, it's all the same. Yeah. That is correct, James King. June 17, BBY, $20 calls, but the OI line is blank for all options for that month. Does that mean no buyers? It just means there's no interest in that strike. Or it's not being reported by CBOE on whatever brokerage you're using. You should check somewhere else. June 17 BB. I can't imagine June 17 20 is not having any interest at all. I'm showing 2,600 open interest on that strike. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong date. June 17. Oh, nope, I'm showing no OI. Never mind. I had the April ones open. They might have gotten sold off. Very odd. Those are a monthly contract. That was May. Maybe I would look towards May or something. Or like as we move towards the May expiration, maybe interest will pick up there. I'm not sure that that's the, yeah, that's not the quarterly cycle for BBBY. I think BBBY is on F-Man, so August are the quarterlies. Gross. That I don't like. If there's a big squeeze, is there a different exit strategy for options versus your exit DD on shares? If there's a big squeeze, you probably want to exercise your options as early as possible. It's better to have shares in the peak than it is to have options. How do you pack shorts into derivatives? Easy explanation of this. I owe lender A X shares. I agree to buy those shares. At an agreed upon date. Damn it. Stupid fucking bolometer. Agreed upon date in the future. This contract is a binding agreement, means that even though I'm negative X shares, I have an agreement to buy those shares at some point in the future, and these cancel each other out, meaning I don't owe anything currently. I think that's the easiest explanation. For shareholders who are in Apex End platforms internationally, there been any issues getting the dividend? I don't see why. Any difference between Apex is just a clearinghouse. Split should be issued from the DTCC. If you get assigned on a 152.50 CC, would you buy back in immediately or sell CSPs? I'd probably just sell CSPs. These don't expire this week. I probably wouldn't get assigned on them anyway, but I could potentially. Peloton halted? That's interesting. I think Elon is buying Twitter in order to stop the censoring and stop the suppression of information related to MOASS since he's anti-shorts. I think Elon offered a tender offer to Twitter because he knew they would reject it and it would pump the stock so he could sell off the shares that he just bought. GME isn't in a bull flag. It would be a pennant. Bull flags happen on short time frames. This is a bull flag. On the 1 minute. This is not a... Have you ever gone over the fact that even without a squeeze, GME ticks 4 of the 5 boxes that would make it a potential 100 bagger? It does. It actually looks great. I've gone over the fundamental value of GameStop plenty of times. If I didn't think it had fundamental value, I would have sold at the peak of every run, right? So it's just bullshit accounting. I mean, yeah. But it alleviates reporting requirements. Why aren't they slamming us down? I don't understand these people. They're trying to break the delta pressure at 150. There's 7,000 contracts in the money at $150. They want those people to sell. So you let it run up a little bit to the next resistance, then you let it, then you get it to reject. And it worked the first time, right? People will sell their 0 DTE contracts while they're in the money. And then the selling of those allows them to then suppress the price. These are just like standard market maker games to shed OI. Remember, market makers are supposed to be delta neutral, so they don't care about the price. They just care about the most options expiring out of the money. So if they pump it up and pump it down, right, and get people to sell out of those options and close those contracts, and they can get the price back to max pin, they make the most profits. It is bullish. 160 today? It's possible. What if they sold 0 DTs, take profit on the peak, and roll forward and replace the pressure by buying a bit more theta? That's what we do now. That's a very good strategy for applying pressure to the market makers. IMMs are supposed to be delta neutral, but is that really the case for GME? I mean, they can become delta neutral very, very quickly. They don't take a lot of delta risk. They take some, but they still hedge. What breakout number today would confirm a transition into phase E? We want to see a breakout above, like our weighted VWAP, above 177. Finance degree. Fuck my finance degree. Too much time explaining efficient frontiers and not on market mechanics. Appreciate you. Thanks, Posty. Over 3 million shares traded on Piton in the last 4 minutes. $2 price improvement. Explain. Could be straddles. Could just be selling into buy pressure. Could be hedging. All of those things churn volume. Volume is not equal to price action. Something can trade perfectly flat and trade tons of volume. Nice, dude. Did you sell BBY 1750C for next week? Half. The other half are there to hedge my covered calls that I sold. Please give thoughts on rolling versus assignment plus CSPs. I mean, you can average your cost basis down a lot on your buy-in if you get assigned and take CSPs. So, you know, say you get assigned at like 150, which means, you know, and plus your premium, whatever your premium was on these, which is probably relatively high, right? So say, you know, you're getting assigned at like 156 if you sold weeklies. You know, and then Monday we're trading in this range like 155. And you're selling, you know, CSPs at 150 for another $6 premium, right? Ish. And then, you know, the price drops, then you're buying back in. Let's see, so if you get assigned on 150s, so you have say $12 total premium off of your buy-in, so 138 cost basis. I love you, thanks. I know. What did you mean when you said you would be greedy when you enter GME calls next? Well, not only can I can wait for confirmation too. And I'm probably going to put a lot in. My confidence in the cycles is significantly improved from how I felt about it in February. We understand much better now what signals to look for. We know within a degree of certainty almost the exact process used to short GameStop, and we know when at the latest the settlement of those obligations can be completed. So I think it puts us in a great position to just make money. I don't think the cycles have shifted, more that they can shift it a little bit. I'd expect they could shift it more than just a little bit. They can. It's not like a one-time thing. They can shift it. They can shift it. These are still, you know, 500 billion to multiple $1 trillion funds. And GameStop's still an $11 billion company. So it's a drop in the bucket for them at these price points. Were you expecting today's move up? I expect them to try to get them to close the 150s. I don't think this is sustained. If this stays sustained, that's another story. If we continue to push up, that's very bullish. But as of yesterday, there was no expectation for significant price improvement. Going up $3 is not like bullish, right? It's just small price improvement relative to our consolidation. What dates will you target for long calls in May? I'll probably start building a position in August and then some leaps as well. If institutions are over leveraged to the short side, doesn't 11 billion turn into much more due to the amplification of risk? I mean, yeah, but that's why we see the entropy swaps, right? In order to hedge that risk. Like they're going to be able to hedge, right? As long as they can find a counterparty. I did a live stream with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. Will October GME calls be a good buy? Maybe. What if we keep going up into OPEX and the split? I mean, that would be like phase E, right? So just keep buying ahead of price action. Selling CSPs on the way up. What if they can't find a counterparty? They can go long the underlying. Not as ideal, but offers some protection. They could half hedge. Their volatility positions would still probably blow up in that scenario, though. Don't think that the price is going up because they can't suppress it. They can. They don't want to because they're trying to clear out their other obligations. But if they chose to internalize price action and slam the price of GameStop right now, they could. But that increases their risk down the line, right? So what they're trying to do right now is decrease their risk. I was expecting more Twitter action with all the Musk fanboys out there. Give it time. There's a lot of short positions on Twitter right now that are probably going to try to get out. July contracts are too early to position into. I think it's too early to get into July contracts. What do they do to ward off FOMO? Make the price trade flat or down? That's usually kills it. I'm too bullish on the opportunity to make more money with our better understanding of the cycles. My only thought currently is about the amount of obligations they are compounding. Seems like less than usual. It is. But they borrowed a lot of shares, right? So their goal right now is to return shares and lower that borrow rate. They want to get that borrow rate back under, back under 1% if they can. That's more important than short-term price improvement on GameStop for them. Yeah, they're expensive. IV's a little elevated today too. Probably see a little bump up in IV today. What are the chances that this is the first leg of Phase E? Kind of small. You can use a Black-Scholes calculator. Just look up Google Black-Scholes calculator. When do you predict the first leg of Phase E starts? Closer to OPEX or the split announcement? Based on our current volume and trend, I would say that's the most likely. Do you suspect anything of GME and AMC diverging in the last couple of trading days? I think we're seeing obligations and XRT being covered, and I don't think AMC's part of XRT, is it? It could also be that they're not shorting AMC very much through ETFs. I mean, they don't need to. It's super liquid, right? There is a chance. This OPEC's going to be less crazy than previous ones. Not necessarily. I mean, we'll track it the same way, right? Track gamma maximum and, you know, it's not going to be any different, I don't think. Is this a good exit for the June 190s of bag holding? Are they up? Can you, I mean, if you can't sell them at the profit, at a profit, how bad are you bag holding them? Did you buy them at the peak? It's not even OPEX for GME. It's OPEX for ETFs that contain GME. How do you decide when to close your open CCs? I mean, you can close them whenever you want. Yeah, I know. They're just trying to burn out zero DTs. There's a lot of them. It's not short hedge funds, it's market makers. Market makers are coaxing people out of their weeklies. We also had double the amount of GEX today, so there could be some hedging from yesterday. We closed above 150 yesterday, right? Did we? We hit 150 right before close? No, we closed above 150. So we closed with those 150s in the money. SST knifing down. Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably buy more on the low test. This is kind of dragging out a bit more. Did I draw this on the 1 hour or the 4 hour? But it's just moving back to this trend again. Consolidation peaks. low can this actually get? Fucking day. $355. So a little bit below. Ugh. Hate using Wix. Yeah, still not. I'm still not super concerned. If anything, it looks kind of good actually. $25s are 208 right now. Can't really average down from there though. Holding $35 June 190s. Expensive. That's not actually Pulte. That's just some troll. God, is this fucking chat full of like super stonkers or something right now? Yes. Cringy. Stop hero worshipping billionaires. Starting to get kind of worried about my 22 CCs. Why? Buffett and Munger buying GME? No, they wouldn't. Too volatile for them. Too speculative. You wouldn't say that when you're a billionaire, though. I mean, of course not. No one here but his bots. The idea of Buffett's grandkids talking him into GME. What's your Twitch channel name? And when you usually after the stream, it's called Playing with Pickles. I don't stream on it that often. If GME play isn't guaranteed, is so guaranteed, why aren't big investors all over it? Because nothing's guaranteed. This looks good. GME volume picking up? No, not significantly. We're only at 1.14 for the day. Little volume increase on this run up. Moderate, though. Very moderate. $14, $16, $17. I don't even know what the fuck ANC is. No, I meant the trend looks good for a breakout. Dipshit. Some things are guaranteed. I guarantee that if I ever get approved for options, I'm gonna go broke on 5-10 weeklies. When should I pucker up and pull back my 155 Cs for next week? Up to you. Do we know RC's cost basis in BBBY? I think it's in like the $15 range. I know somebody figured it out, but I can't remember what the number was. It's not phase E until we have another higher peak in Terabang. So we want to see a peak, a pullback to a higher low, and then a higher peak. This would start to confirm a move to phase E. Could this be an upper test, then pull back next week? Yeah, it can be. That's why I'm not going to be confident on this short-term time frame that we're moving out of phase D yet. Cat already broke out of its channel. A little bit. The upper trend was at 224.45. We need to see a breach of like 177. We want to see a break of our weighted VWAP. Once we can start trading, once we're trading above that, that's very indicative. I haven't looked at PHM. Do you know anything about them? A power hour for morale boost. Any idea we never saw any big in the money puts coming in? And they're not trying to compound their position, and if there's long interest, it's very risky for them to build put walls. When no one's paying attention to the stock, they can pull that kind of shit. But when there's actual interest, no. Way too risky. Nope. Then why are you asking me if they're a good investment? I can't tell you if they're a good investment on technical analysis alone. Seriously, if daily price action is manipulated by dark pools, how do traditional charting projecting methods apply? Dark pools still print to the lit exchange, usually within 15 seconds. There's some that are delayed, but not many. Dark pool trading isn't just run by computers. Algorithms just perform a set of instructions. People still program the algorithms. They're not working independently. Because you're smart, I'm dumb. You're good looking, and I'm not very attractive. What the fuck does that have to do with the stock? Go look up the stock. Remember the whole do your DD thing? That's still relevant. Don't just come in here and ask me about some fucking stock that you read about on Twitter. How mentally toxic holding GME for nearly 20 months now has been. With all the sound fundamentals and market mechanics to support it, I cannot see AMC apes lasting much longer without any. I'm sure there's an exodus. Slow, but it's happening. Palantir has not been the play all along, Carl. I mean, dark pool trading suppressing the price is FUD for the most part. Yeah, I know Rentec has adaptive algos. They all do to some degree. They have AI algorithms, but they're still monitored and controlled. Like they have an algo, that won't jump the bid when they're covering CNS. They have different ones for different things, but they're not like controlling the market like some fucking big conspiracy. Dark's pool's scraping 0.000001% off each trade. I mean, they do, yeah. I'm looking at GME. This is GME. I don't think anybody's worried about dark pools. They think they are, but it doesn't really affect retail investors almost at all. Likelihood we just fall back below max pain today. It depends on how much max pain moves up. Max pain will move up on this, right? Because people YOLO into 0 DTs. I mean, I did. Everything's designed to reduce volatility. Don't tell us that. I mean, I wouldn't now, but I did earlier. We had double Gex. Bear flag on an SST 15-minute. Am I seeing this correctly? I don't see the flag part. It's like just like a. I mean, if you're going from there, that's just a descending wedge. That's a bit of a descending wedge. I'd almost want it to test lower, like the 150 here on the 1 hour. Just move. I didn't YOLO into them. It's not a YOLO. It's just a small position on a fairly easy breakout. To be fair, I didn't think they'd push it this high, but thought we would have had more sustained price action at this range. BBBY could break. I hope so. It looks good. Sort of. I'm sure it'll move up a little. Max Pain's still way above. Max Pain's up at like $20, $21. Nike? Chasing? A little bit. Resistance is at like 134. 134.50, 135. A lot of calls though. Twitter to reach 54? No, but I think it could jump up above 50 for a little bit. Frankly, I think Twitter is going to reject his offer and the stock price is going to dump. But I think there's a little bit of potential in the meantime. Large institutions playing in the water there. Yeah, it looks like it. The OI is really high. Loop ring. Immutable X still has a lot of deletion that it's going to undergo. I just bought 400 of BBY. I'll keep it long term if need be, but I should have taken my 20% when it hit 28. Could have. How many CCs can Elon sell per week? A lot. I think if Elon's anything, he's a good trader, right? I think Elon does a hostile takeover of Twitter. I think he's just trying to pump his stock so he can get out. He's an excellent market manipulator. He's a damn good CEO. Or at least a good front man, which is important. He can sell it. Market is clearing puts before selling more. Yeah. Gotta pick up the bags, right? And Twitter is how he manipulates the market. Yeah. Is it still too early to buy May GME calls? If not, what strike prices look tasty? I don't like May calls at all. None of them. None of them look very tasty. 50 May $20 May 20th SST 55s. Either a genius or an idiot, maybe both. Well, only time will tell. Sometimes the market proves idiots to be geniuses. Elon may be simply pumping it to sell CCs, let it dump when they reject, then use profit from CC to finish a hostile takeover. I don't think you make that much off CCs. PM's chart and short explanation. Ooh, net deltas. That's exciting. What's GME looking like? I just got stopped out of my dailies, my zero DTEs, so on the break of the EMA 30. UVXY looks like someone's fucking positioning for a rally. CLF is interesting. Ooh, what's GME look like? I have some November calls. Do you think it's likely they can cover the split time frame? Yeah, they do. As long as the split isn't announced past November. Musk doesn't come off as a CC kind of guy. Musk probably doesn't directly manage his own stocks either. Kind of consolidating before another breakout or just flat? It's tough. It could just ride flat at this resistance. It's had some trouble with it in the past, right? This is the second attempt to break out now. I think it did break over minutely. Maybe not. No, it did. It popped just above it, which is the best it's done since, March 21st. But yeah, it can get rejected here and consolidate a little bit. As long as it consolidates in this upper range and doesn't come back down here to like 218 or 217.50, then it looks good moving forward. I mean, it's not like money making opportunities are not ignored just because someone's rich, right? That's why they have people who handle their finances for them and financial advisors. I mean, Elon Musk's wealth level, probably lots and lots of financial advisors and hedge funds and primes that manage his positions. Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you turn down millions a week. Sarah asked, "Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream."
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
Someone positioning for a market rally on UVXY. Net delta and vertical puts is insane. Yeah, GME doesn't look good. They just need to get it back towards 150 to scare people out. If they're successful in doing that today, they'll have done what they wanted to do. Even 150, 250 will probably scare enough people out. But can they do it without shorting really hard? Go away, shids and fards. How long does the stock typically need to consolidate before moving up or down? It depends. There's no tip. I don't think there's any typical time period. It's going to be dependent on each stock. It can be, like Caterpillar can consolidate for weeks, right? GME might consolidate for a couple days. It not only does it depend on, liquidity in the underlying, it depends on interest, right? If there's not a lot of interest from either side, buy or sell, right? If it's just kind of at a price point where nobody really wants to buy it, but people aren't encouraged to sell it, I mean, you can run into very long periods of stagnation. I mean, like if you look at Wyckoff, accumulation periods can last for, weeks to years. I mean, even on GameStop, the previous like true accumulation period on GameStop before the run in January. Lasted like 3 years. So what you're saying is if you currently have a strangle on the SPY, could be profitable today. A strangle on the SPY? Hmm. I don't think they're pricing in the rally for today. SST call trade bearish 30K. Volume 1. How long does the stock stand to 350 before going to 69 million? Elon will be the first trillionaire in the world officially in a few years, no problem. Maybe then I will be 0 on my 3x long. What price do you need to hit for it to be profitable, Victor? That's what I want to know. What's your price target? Because your only shot at it's probably the pre-split run up. Current dynamics, that's close to impossible right now, right? Yeah, it is. Who's GD? So basically, one can never be wrong in calling Wyckoff. Just, oh, this is accumulation. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with Wyckoff, that if the volume trends aren't backing an accumulation period, then the predictions are off the table. So, and you will see a lot of people use Wyckoff without doing any volumetric analysis. The volume trends have to match, otherwise Wyckoff's just bullshit. Right now, our volume trends match. We have declining volume into a consolidation period, which is indicative of a continuation in the pattern. All our spring, our test, all of the volume patterns match. That's why I brought it up 2 months ago when I did. There shouldn't be any SLD dip on the SPY right now. Interesting. Oh, you're in the 3x Tesla long ETF? Those weird me out. I also already sold my CCs on SST. Can you make it go up again? SST boom next week. We'll see. There's enough long interest. Where's the bottom for SST? Probably near the range it's in right now. I think it can fall a little lower. I'll probably buy some more on this like low test to the downside. falling a little bit below that even. This range, I'd love to see it hit here, honestly. If it can hit here and see a bounce, that would be good. But if, you know, if long interest dries up, then their pressure is taken off the shorts. And we're not seeing long interest building at the same rate it was earlier in the week. Ternium, a good long term for inflation. What do they do? I finished steel products and iron ore. A steel refiner. I don't know. I mean, you're buying into them at all-time highs. This doesn't seem like a very good deal. I don't love it. I think there's better plays. Good HD buy-in. We have established a resistance in the 140s. I mean, this like right at 140. Let's see, right here at like 140, 129. We've established resistance already. If we down cycle again, and break through, and volume continues to decline, then, you know, we could keep moving below that. But we may stagnate just sideways here. We could also, you know, start to see the rest of this play out with the but with a fixed floor, right? As valuation is determined in this range, we may see, you know, our lower highs and higher lows consolidate in a narrower range with a solid floor instead of you know, the consolidation we've seen, which has been declining, right? We may break out of this into a period of flat consolidation with a fixed floor. Say you made DD on CERN. Check your DMs. Ultra red day, put value unchanged. Get the fuck out of here, popcorn trader. Is there a case to be made for a bull flag? Bull pennant? Except that's not a long-term signal, like on the daily. And a bull pennant is really like all both bull signals, pennant and flag, are, you know, they're just a high volume, high volatility move to the upside, followed by a period of consolidation that breaks up. I'm basically going to be a TADD god in 3 months. I mean, with analysis like that, you could easily work for Goldman Sachs. CLF's overpriced also. Better company now, but overpriced. Hard to get a good entry on it. Asking my brokerage, but on hold. If your account is set to like LIFO, then it'll follow that. Does it worry you that IBM has offered me jobs? I mean, I'm not long IBM, so no. Show us the analysis. He's a pigeon whale. He can share it himself. Ader dead? I don't know. It doesn't look great. Mm-hmm. April 20-ish, Cory Booker hopes Senate makes its proposal to MOASS Act 420 too funny. That's kind of funny. And if all the amendments go through, I don't see why I wouldn't pass the Senate. $175 end of day? No. Does not look like that right now. Not on this volume. Does SST turn around here? Find out. Right at the bottom of the... I'm going to buy more. Right? Shit. Slipped quick. Under Rule 2360, Options Amendment, and immediate effect, increasing position and exercise limits for conventional options on certain ETFs, Federal Register. Interesting. You aren't streaming MOASS today? No. How am I avoiding SST questions? I just don't have any expectations for it today, really. I hope it finds a floor. We have 20 minutes to AMA. I'm heading to the airport soon. It's fine. I have all the information I need. What's up? You're the schmoopy. Next OPEX in June? Next OPEX is in May. They can kick it to June. Potentially. But only if they can get out of their already current obligations by then. Why are you avoiding questions about you avoiding SST questions? Hmm. 2360. What ETFs, though, specifically? Why are they so fucking vague with their actual rules? Nice bump up for Oxy. Yeah, it's doing okay today. What is the strategy for OPEX that we can enter now? You can buy leaps if you want. They're expensive. Ew. Just buy an actual fucking oil stock. If they're that vague, are they even rules? Sort of. Did you roll your 150 to 50 cc's? Are you even worried about those? I'm not. Will phase E of Wyckoff happen before my June calls expire? Not necessarily. So the best time to buy for OPEX is when price and IV are low. Yeah. Relatively. But yes. IV's been dropping off. Can we talk about politics? Are shares borrowed from lending pools ever used for things other than shorting? Sure. You can return them to someone else with a higher borrow rate. When will you do an AMA? I didn't vote. I don't care who runs the fucking country. Are you gonna wait until Monday to sell calls for next week? Probably not. Is there a screen that just shows the profitability of your pretend trades? BlackRock runs the country? More accurate. What's this? Huh. Okay, HD, you can stop railing me now. Max paid for next week is 145, so I'm looking at selling 170s or 165s again. After number 2, do you ever think, how is that inside my body? No? I should get something to eat. Bailing on 0 DTEs? very cheap price. Fucking interest in this is so sporadic and weird. Tupac or Biggie? Do you think Twitter will accept Elon's offer? Probably not. They could. I don't think he expects them to. It's in a couple ETFs. They can still use bona fide market making to short the stock. Twitter already rejected it? I have to see confirmation on that. Since we're slow, can you give an explanation of when to buy near versus long-term calls and in the money versus far out of the money? When to buy them? Well, I don't know yet. When they're cheaper. Near-term calls, I mean, should be played intraday. If you're expecting continued price action or something like that. I don't really buy too many in the money calls on GameStop. Occasionally I have. Like on 0DTEs or something like that, I'll buy in the money because there's less risk if it slips a little bit. Or doesn't move as I project. Far out of the money is a volatility play. So, you're expecting the price to move on a lot of volume in a specific direction. As far as buying long-term calls, I mean, right now, I would wait. I think there's more consolidation on the horizon. What drives the decision? IV price, projections. I mean, like I don't project GME going higher than, kind of where it is right now for at least a few weeks. Any strategies for selling CSPs? Would you also do 0.3 delta, or would you rather sell where your shares were called away to get assigned quicker? I mean, generally I sell CSPs. When I sell CSPs on GameStop, I sell them on like an intra-week dip in the money. We usually bounce above, and rarely do we fall back below. I don't do it with the intention of being assigned ever. If you intend to be assigned, you want to sell them at like 0.4, 0.5 delta. What ban appeals? I don't have any ban appeals. What do you think on BBBY today? I mean, it seems fine. It's not doing really anything spectacular. Midday lull, a little bit, yeah. Is there a reason not to buy SST Jan 2023 $55 strikes? They probably won't print much. How much more downside price action do you think is left for GME before this announcement? Left for GME before the announcement? Or is there just not enough information to know that at this point? And we can keep moving down. And yeah, there's no information on what the announcement's going to be, what the split's going to be, when it's going to happen. Nothing. So it's all just speculation, mostly on retail's part. GME weekly chart looks like good support at 150 before ascent continues. 200 soon. Okay. Loop Capital lowers BBY price target to $5 from 10. None of that's correct. 10-ton Hammerson. You've just said three things that are all incorrect. Jimmy has 76 million shares outstanding, not 300 million. June 2nd is the shareholders meeting, not the split date. The split hasn't been announced. And 1 billion shares is a change to the corporate charter, not the float. With Ivy being relatively low, potential for Wyckoff new floor. Good time to load up for a May run or wait a bit further for IV crash. I'm not buying for fucking a May run right now. If the board wants to make the price more affordable, then I think we'll see 5 to 7 shares for each one we have now. Potentially. I mean, the greater the split, the more obligations need to be covered by people holding synthetic short positions, especially in the ETFs. So if they split 10 to 1 or 7 to 1 or 3 to 1, the more they split, the more individual shares need to be purchased at market. But the more liquid the float also. So the effect of that buying equally diminished. Cat testing 227 again. Nice. These likes are not bullish. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. AMD Ryzen 5800X 3D Spanx. 3D. Is that like the laptop version? Do you think GME moving against the market like today is significant? It is. And if GME has a share price, you know, even 3 times less than it's currently trading at, it's gonna create some FOMO, right? The 5800X with a more special cache. Oh, interesting. Will you be buying a significant amount at the split? No, I've already got enough. If I can buy GME under 100 again, I will. But above, not really. Currently, they're allowed to be 300 million shares, but there are only 76 million that exist. This proposal would allow for the possibility of 1 billion shares. Yeah, I know. It's a change to their corporate charter. Are you gonna buy SST now? I did like a few minutes ago. I bought more because it hit my the lower end of my cost basis for my May 20 calls. SST dead? It could be. If there's not enough long interest, yeah. It's not 76 million outstanding and available and 300 million in existence. There are not 300 million in existence yet. They can increase the number of existing shares to 300 million. Jesus Christ. Stop trying to turn the change in the corporate charter into a fucking conspiracy theory. No, I haven't bought any GME calls. I had some 0 DTEs, but I got stopped out of them already. Cat just broke 225. I'm aware. It's at 227 right now. It's pushing up. Looks good. I have a trailing stop set on my 220s already. Which I should probably switch it to a stop limit, actually. 1 second, guys. I think initially we'll see a big bump in interest and volatility post split, which will raise the price. Conspiracy theory? We got some stonkers in here? Yeah. I highly doubt they're going to split the float to $1 billion. That would be They could potentially, but unlikely. Especially if their intention is to sell, do more share offerings. They wouldn't want to split it that much. I just paper handed my 220s, brand new to options. Please explain those limits you can set. Oh, Jesus. You can set a stop limit below the price of your contract. So, say your contract's trading at like 1378 and you set a stop at 1370 and a limit sell at 1350, right? And the price of the options contract falls to 1370, that will trigger your limit sell to sell within this range. Or, well, your limit sell will sell between your limit and whatever the current bid is. When will I learn? It's always the frickin' tractor company. Dude, Cat's just a fucking money machine, honestly. The filing, they say they want to increase available shares proportional to any potential split. Ergo, we'll probably see a 3-to-1 split. I said GME would never do an NFT dividend. Stock split was always on the table. It was just unlikely because Cohen had spoken out against them. They increased to 1 billion. I think 45% of that will be reserved for future use. Yeah, something probably a significant amount of it will be reserved. They've been clear about keeping shares on hand to prevent a hostile takeover. Leaving 150s in the money pretty late into the day. I mean, it's only noon. They may stay in the money. We could close above max band. It's not really that the brokers can turn off the buy button, Daniel. It's that the clearing houses can stop trades. RC said he was issuing an NFT of a banana split. With regards to SST, how likely is it that all this bona fide market making might be the market maker helping out short hedge funds until the warrants in June? The market makers aren't helping out the short hedge funds. They're robbing them of the arbitrage, right? They're getting the short hedge funds to create synthetic longs at $25, $22, $23. And then they can kick those and FTD them, mark them long, and cover them at $4, right? So the market maker is the one that profits off of the shorts get fucked by the market maker. Do you think Tesla has the potential to fall back to the pre-split announcement price? I mean, it depends on what the market does. It shouldn't, but it could. I don't think the market looks great right now, but it doesn't look that bad. I think it's at least gonna trade pretty flat for a while. Small rallies. If it can move back up into the 460 range, it has some potential for a little bit of a bull run, but not much. Do you think clearinghouses will collapse? No. They would halt trading before before that ever happened. Do you think they will try to drop GME through the afternoon or keep it a few dollars above 150? I think they'll try to drop it, but I don't think they're going to push very hard. Their interest right now is in returning shares, not borrowing more. Markets close tomorrow. SST, do you see it popping off beginning of next week as all these April calls below 20 ended up in the money? We'll see. That's what I'm holding calls for right now. Although I do not like the continued price decline, because it indicates that there's far more options being sold off than exercised. What's the cutoff purchase date? We'll know that once they announce the split. When I look at GME on the yearly tick, it looks like we're in the MOASS. Sure. Yeah. They're just reducing the borrow rate and their obligations to ETFs right now. Thoughts on DE, Deer Tractors, also ripping. It's similar to Cat. I think it's has a little less room, but they generally trade similarly. I like Cat's business model better. I blew up my account. I'm poor. Sorry. Sucks. Aren't you supposed to be getting on a flight, JC? SST dead? We'll see. It shouldn't be, but if longs stop pressuring the shorts, then it can be. Jimmy shares same like savings account? Sure. Looking to roll some BBBY 1950 CSVs. Better to wait for the end of the day or bite the bullet now? How's the trend on it looking? It looked like it was kind of just trading flat. This doesn't look super fucking bullish. You probably would have been better trying to get out of him here around like 1750. For some reason, they seem to really want to hold that line this week. Max Payne's way the fuck up at $20. I mean, if it broke out, it could move up, but it doesn't look like it's going to. So. It's not really that much volume. It's just 31,000. X dead? No. Not for a long time. BBY closes significantly below Max Payne. Could it have a nice... Could be a nice bounce, T+2. Yeah. Generally not, but it could. It depends on if the puts are cash settled or exercised. Yeah, you have to have level 1 options, Victor. How do you see mortgage rates going up to? I mean, it'll depend on if the Fed keeps raising rates, but they could go up quite a bit in the near term. Next couple of years, probably they'll continue to increase. You say it? So you're saying X gonna give it to you? I mean, I have... $60 leaps for January at 40. It's probably going to keep going up. One of the biggest steel refiners in Europe got taken out during the war. That's going to have a pretty big effect. That and, you know, the increasing value of commodities. The problem with trading a few $100s up to a few grand is that you're far more likely to lose the few $100s than you are to make a few grand. So it's high risk. What you're essentially doing is throwing a few $100s into an account multiple times, trying to nail one good play to up the value of the account, where you can actually facilitate trading. The best thing to do with a few $100s is put a few $100s in to something that you think will go up. And then when it goes up, sell it. And then put that money into something else until it goes up more. If you don't have a lot of money, especially if it's only a couple $100, and trading's kind of off the table because you can't manage risk with that low amount of capital. I mean, like, think about it this way. I know a lot of people do this too. If you're throwing $300 into an account, like say you got a little disposable income, and you're throwing $300 into an account every week or every 2 weeks, right? And then blowing it up on options trades, like, why not just take that $300 every week and put it into something that's stable or will grow? You know, and then in a few months you have a decent amount of money to trade with. Because if you blow it up every fucking time, you'll always just have $300 in the account. The purpose of trading is to grow capital. You're not growing capital by doing this. It's like buy a couple fucking shares of like Apple or something on a dip. You know? Sell them when they're worth more. And across a 10-year holding period, the SPY has historically always outperformed. Doesn't matter when you buy it. I have a gambling addiction. Well, that's not a good mindset to have if you want to be a trader. Trading is not fun. It's not euphoric. If it is, you need to work on getting rid of those emotions. Because they will influence you negatively. At $1,000, you can manage risk. You can grow $1,000 account. It's hard, really hard. And you can't lose a lot, so you have to have a higher success rate. The less capital you have, the higher your success rate on trades has to be. Trading is not euphoric, says the guy who ripped his shirt off 2 weeks ago on a run. Listen, all right, I had $100 calls that were up $100. Second of all, I was hot. Can't manage your positions if your body's hot. I also sold the fucking peak like a champ. How would you manage 50 grand? $5,000 positions with $200 risk? Yeah, look at the fucking chart. If you haven't heard of the company, don't buy it. It's probably a piece of shit. Can you explain the boring VWAP strategy for the SPY in a bit more detail? Is it just a rejection passing a VWAP test and then get in on a put call? So you have VWAP, SPY trades below it, right? You look for a bounce and you buy calls. As it moves up, you buy puts at the test. If it breaks, you sell the puts. If it collapses, you sell the calls. It's really fucking boring. That's about it. So for a second there, you're holding a straddle. If it chops, you hold the straddle until it moves one way or the other. It's not very complicated, but it's hard to perfect. 2% risk is ideal yet challenging. Yeah, that's why I suggest a little higher than 2%. Should do 100 to 10,000. It's not really possible. I did that. I used to do that back when I like was paper trading. When I was like learning to trade, I would trade different account values, like 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. This is the break point where accounts have a higher success rate. So better than 50%. Below $5,000, 50% of more than 50% of accounts will fail. I'm buying FTX puts as their business model is a ripoff and not competitive. $200 for shipping an international package when USPS charges $40 for the same delivery time frame. Yeah. But FedEx makes their money off of business accounts and next day air. Thank you, Cool Daddy. Also, they're not subsidized in any way. I think the post office, USPS, is. At 3 GME calls I bought for 124 each. They went to around 7,100 each last run. Yeah, it was nice. I mean, I was buying $100 calls for that run at like 400, 325. I got a few at. They fucking went up a lot. Yeah. There was that point where we were trading at like 87, where I think $100 calls for like 30 days out were it was a little more than 30. They were like the April 14s, I think, got down to around like, is it like 340, something like that? AMD July 110C. Did I give myself enough time? Probably. It is possible. It's just the rate of success is very low. You have to have a very high win rate on your initial trades. So basically you have to hit like 2x on like 4 trades in a row. With very little downside. Yeah, you can do it with scalping, but it's risky. Because your limit can get gapped over and you fucking just lose everything. Also, you're committed to putting 100% of your account into every trade initially. For an attachable ice pack, hot shill. Thanks, JC. How do you attach it? How are you managing risk for your 5K accounts you found success with? 100% entry, 2% risk, 2.5% risk. The market's volatile right now, though. It's a good time for scalping. Oops, sorry, MJ99. I deleted the wrong message. I was trying to delete the webcam bot. Do you like June 17 calls for GME? I'm not buying any calls for GME right now. And no. Too soon. Not only is it too soon to buy them, it's too soon for them to be good. If they kick OPEX to June again, like move OPEX out another month, those options will expire before we have a run in price. And I can't buy calls based off of the split because we don't know when it's gonna fucking happen. I bought at 94, 108, 128 to balance up my 173s. Just sold 128s to buy 98 shares of BBBY. Nice, man. You are my universe, and I just want to put your first BTS. The fuck? What is that? If you're doing shares or options, you'll have more success on sub $25,000 accounts with options because the T+1 settlement versus T+2 settlement in cash accounts. Do you ever have trouble managing emotions when you started trading? To the upside, yeah. I've never really been super affected by losses. I feel like losses drive me to do better, and wins are just the product of that. But I don't get. I know a lot of people that get caught up in the losses. Also, I have good risk management to an extent, although I've let it slip recently a little bit. But you can when you have more money. If you have more capital, you can play a little faster and looser with your risk. Did you desolate it? No, I fucking like my eyeball feels like burnt out. And then I accidentally put Orajel in my eye this morning, gaff. I thought it was the like the eye lube, and it was Orajel. Can you unblock webcam chats? I'm trying to get that link, man. You're gonna get a virus on your computer. You can buy GME calls to be just like all the cool billionaires. I don't know. My Twitter calls are for April 29th. If it, I just want to see if it pumps back up to a little bit of the pre-market levels. If it does, I'm gonna get out of them. I don't know if it will. It does look kind of good right now. Crossing view up on the intraday. This is gonna move. Fuck, man. Snap has been a disappointment. 5? They're earning 20. Still moving up into. It's the reverse. This is actually a good buy for Snap. Should move back some more positions there. Or at least average down while it's low. When I first started, I traded crypto because TA is more accurate on crypto. When you say 2.5% risk, is that bailing on the position if it drops more than 2.5%? Yes. Cut losses. One second, guys. Hey guys, sorry about the wait. He sent me a text that he's scrolling through Superstock at his alt account. It won't be too long. One second. No, I had to answer a phone call. It was fucking a whole thing. Ukraine intends to continue feeding the world even through the war. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Billionaire, a nice message. Yuri Kalashnikov. Learned so much listening over the past several months, listening to your stream while I drive around for work. Thanks so much. Thank you so much, Yuri. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Thank you, Fluffy. Scrolling through Superstock like waiting in sewage. Usually. I mean, nothing's happening with the stock that we didn't expect, right? This is the exact progression of price action that we talked about earlier. No? Or were people just ignoring that because they were overly bullish and thought today was MOASS? Hmm? They ignored. Yeah. Full bull every day is MOASS. Fucking god damn it. I accidentally used Oragel as a lubricant when using webcam chats. It didn't go so well. Spy break up or down? It doesn't look great, right? Back to 140. Although if it stabilizes here, that looks very good for Monday. Curious. What do you think about BBY Jan 23 30s? I think they're solid.
try to remember that with the BBBY play, that all the price, all the price, you know, manipulation and strategies that they've employed on GameStop, they will likely employ there now more efficiently. SPY doesn't like some Mondays. The amount of volume traded in the outer bands, it decreases from the center. So the center is the highest concentration of volume traded. And then depending on how far you extend the bands, the outer bands would have the least volume concentration. Possibly Pterodactyl. Although I'm also like squinty in my eye. BBBY is different during runs because they can't internalize. Jordan. But it still has lots of ETF exposure. It has, you know, a liquid options chain. Much of the manipulation is possible there. Really like the daily recap yesterday. Very helpful. Cool. I'll try to do more of those if I can. How are you? Just got here. Care to explain the roller coaster today? Trying to get people to sell out of 150s, which it looks like they were mostly successful at. 7,150 calls in the money this morning. Bump the price, get people to sell, cover FTDs, drop the price, close below max pain or at max pain. Predictions on the second half March FTD report. I mean, they've got to be like just ridiculous, right? Way higher than our rapidly declining average has been up to that point. There's no direct market maker on NASDAQ. They can internalize PFOF order flow, but they can't internalize order flow from the exchange. You think GME is trying to do a dividend to not get rid of shorts, but to get rid of DRS holders, since it's costing them money to upkeep all those accounts? I mean, it wouldn't cost them less money. Still have your 152s? Yeah, I didn't sell them. They're right there. I was confident in my analysis of what would happen today. I think we're still going to go lower. It's any consolation. Tesla recovering? Stabilizing in the expected range. It could bounce back into the end of the day. It might not. Maybe Monday. Thanks, Roll. Why do you think they're not shorting so heavily this time? They're still working on reducing their ETF exposure and returning shares. If GME ran up to or near or over $30 within the next 2 months, would you sell your $30 January leaps? Probably. I don't know. I kept my 20s, but 30s a little more speculative. So I had 20 leaps on the run BBY just had. And the initial run I had $20 leaps on when Cohen bought in. And I've held those. Maybe I shouldn't have. But 30 I wouldn't. 30 I would sell. Because I think the opportunity to reposition would probably be available. I mean, if price action was being defeated in the 30s, I would sell them. If it kept rising, obviously I would follow the trend. Do you think Pulte sold? I don't give a flying fuck about Pulte and his fucking 6-figure GME position that he's just using as a platform to promote himself. Why does nobody understand that? A few $100,000 is cheap for the amount of exposure he's getting. Wild ride for my 15250 cc's. Glad I got out with a small profit. Way too crazy for my nerves as a beginner. Fair. Maybe a lot harder to kick the can if they haven't covered or returned enough shares or covered ETF obligations by the time next OPEX rolls around. The same way GAF's coil can be unwound, it can be tightened. Essentially, Bobanda, yes. Bro, I get called Pusey out on SS and I got downvoted all over the place. It really makes me sad for humanity. The sub has gone way downhill. It's never been that far uphill. There have been people in the sub that were worthwhile, but for the most part, it's always been moving towards that. It was an inevitability, right? Like all giant echo chambers on the internet. They just get worse and more toxic over time. Speaking of coils, any entropy updates? Not recently. I would imagine not. It hasn't built up very much at this point. If the entropy is a measure of the force exerted to drop the price of the stock, at this point, it's mostly minimal. Theoretically, yes, but it's far easier and naturally uncoils. And maybe 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but still forward. Yeah. I'm just saying if they don't clear out those obligations by next quarter, the next run could be a little more volatile. Which isn't great for them moving into the split, right? Because that increases risk, and lenders don't like that. More potential, but I'm not saying anything. It's going to be anything super crazy, but it could potentially be a greater range of price movement. Terry said bad things about Pulte sub. I think MACD, RSI, and VWAP are probably a little bit down the line. But Bandy. And trading in general. First, I want to cover options and investing with options. Probably then moving on to things like fundamental analysis. One of the videos that I had ready to go was kind of an overview of how to handle earnings sheets and read them, and what you're looking for in a short or long position approaching those earnings. I haven't seen Pulte's calves. Are they epic? They should be. He's probably got a personal trainer. I agree that volatility is still in play, and that high risk is never a good thing for long or short plays. Only you filthy option traders eat up volatility. It's tasty. He's not using DRS or CS to prove he's right. You idiots are. Two calves enter, one calf leave. Last comment of the day, not wanting to overtake the chat, but first time you pronounced my name correctly. Happy Easter. Thanks, dude. I don't know who you are, Bipolar Bear. You're a bipolar bear. Or a bipolar bear. Both. Which part? The dividend? What's his motivation for the dividend? Please let me hear your speculation. It's a pretty standard way to offer a stock split. Why would he be making the float more liquid if he gave a shit about DRS or short positions? He would have just spent the last year saying a bunch of bullish shit till the stock squoze, and he wouldn't have done a share offering in June. RC could have caused MOASS if he wanted to. Legally. And as we know, the SEC has no teeth. So he would have paid a small fine to do it? Oh no. In your opinion, should I be concerned that my largest GME position is in WeBull? Should I make a move before the split? Probably. Yeah, I'd be concerned with that. Not that WeBull won't issue a dividend, but I just don't like having a lot of shares on WeBull. I mean, you can look on Bloomberg. They report their holdings. You just don't want to believe the numbers. That's all that is. I thought it was going after company insiders doing things like pushback and shorts is one of the only things we could expect the SEC to do. What are your thoughts on SST falling so hard? I'm not a big fan. I don't like the levels it's currently holding. I still think there's exposure for next week, but I don't think I'll be buying any more calls. There's no liquidation, so there's no reason for it to fall besides lack of long interest. Sorry if I'm pestering you. What are your thoughts on it? Bipolar bear? There's no speculation on the dividend. It's a standard issue dividend. It's a standard stock split. Stocks are frequently issued via dividend. It's not uncommon at all. Yes, he could have caused MOASS and didn't. So why do you think he's trying to backpedal and do it now? Doesn't DRS basically create long-term holders? No, because they can sell from there too. They can create share lockup if their system goes down during a short squeeze. Your broker force closes their shares because they don't want to pay up. Oh, Jesus. SS leaking again. Thought we were done with those people. Am I briefly going over the obligations for SST for next week? Thanks. What do you mean briefly? In the money contracts for 414 if they're exercised. That's it. There's FTDs. Calves are fine. Thanks, man. I bet we're not going to have a stock split. That seems kind of unlikely at this point. I still think we can see lower lows. This could have just been the high. If we stabilize at 140 again, we could be turning around. We need to see where the low hits, right? The market run without options? Sure. Will it? No. The whole option chain expands overnight. I don't think you have post-split options available pre-split. Why? He could have just released shares at a higher price point and allowed the FTDs to keep piling up. Kind of huge. He could have tendered a share offering and not released all the shares at once, right? I mean, he's literally in an interview discussing how he doesn't like stock splits. That's all the information I had to work off of, Bipolar Bear. That's all the information anybody had to work off of. I didn't say I don't think there'll be a stock split. Bipolar Bear said he doesn't think there'll be a stock split. Don't fucking ask me why he thinks that. Does he haven't had a chance to check out the stream these days? Wanted to thank you for all the CC and CSP knowledge. Definitely helpful during these financially difficult times. Awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Sorry, I'm gonna miss the other message because it got buried. One sec. What percent of total port value would you say is responsible allocation for options? And of that percent, how much is short dated plays versus long dated holds and leaps? Probably about 20% of your port to play with options, depending on the size of your portfolio. But 20%, and then I'd say of that 20%, only maybe, well, you could do like 30-70 split between short term risk, high risk options and like longer term leaps. There's various different portfolio methodologies that will give you different answers on that though. Original I for MOASS. Elon's offer seen as unwelcome from the Twitter board. I think he knew that. What countries are on your short list to move if Congress ever bans retail options trading? Oh, I'll have to see. Maybe somewhere with CFDs. If Pulte DRS shares, would that why the fuck would I give a flying fuck what Pulte does with his shares, J1124? I don't give a rat's ass about the guy. I don't care. Not even a little bit. I think you reading out loud Bipolar Bear's message on not being a split made it sound like you believe there won't be one. Oh. No, there's definitely going to be a split, right? I don't know when it's going to be or how much they're going to split for. Nobody does, but it does look like they intend to split. Pulte is an opportunist. Over under on Pulte buying into AMC in the next 2 months so that he can get more devotion and get on an AMC YouTube. That'd be funny. Would you care about Pulte if you found out he was buying your covered calls? No, but awesome. I mean, someone's got to buy them, right? If you speak up an octave when reading comments, it will stop people from being confused. Just saying. Like, raise my voice? I'm not doing that. The pitch? Raise. That'd be weird. don't really think it's like a surprise. You can't surprise anybody with a split, especially when you're raising the corporate charter in advance of the split. As a matter of fact, you couldn't give more notice. He could have split first and then raised the charter afterwards. Downtrended SST caused by MMD hedging because calls being sold? Probably. Probably not very high. Trash. If Pulitzer were... Fuck you, Gav. Would you be disappointed in me if I pirated all the books you recommended instead of purchasing them? I don't know what you're talking about. All sales of the books should go, proceeds from the sales should go to the authors and publishers of those books. What's this pirating that you speak of? SST trying to slam below 20. Maybe. It's really not looking good. Is there even support at that level? Fucking barely. A lot of room for it to move further down. The thing is there's no dilution, right? So how do they get out? And if longs lose interest and stop propping the stock up, then yeah, it's good. They're going to be able to gain a little more leverage. What's your risk on the SST calls? My cost basis right now is 200, and they're down to 158, which is quite a bit. Well, 202, and they're down to 158. I don't know how much more I'm willing to take on. I think you should put on a foreign accent when reading comments. Bipolar Bear was crying on Morant's stream yesterday, telling him that he had family and needed to do CCs. He even attempted to give Morant's money. He refused to take it. I don't care. Solid colors. This might be a dumb question, but do you ever use margin when trading? Yeah. It's something that people learning to trade should basically avoid, but it's just additional leverage, essentially. I usually only use margin for selling naked positions because you have to have it. Certain option strategies require margin. Do you think bona fide market making has way too much control over the options chain? No. Especially for when that entity does bona fide marketing, makes money on volatility. You really need to get over that. Who's been editing Guybrush Weekly? Just do a voice impression of how you think the person's voice sounds like based off of the username. This would be great content. I'm not doing that. Time to seller box XRT. Well, they absolutely wanted to go away magically through CNS, Barry Pullman. I'm just going to ignore any comments mentioning Pulte. I'm not going to give him another platform for his bullshit. You don't know what pirating is. He never sailed the seas and definitely never pillaged, plundered, or looted in his life. Ah, nope. They haven't announced the split yet. But lots of companies have updated their corporate charter to expand their float, which is what GameStop has done. There's still a minimum time frame for splitting the stock. There will be notice. What percent of GME stockholders do you think will buy back in post-event? Stop reading policy questions. I don't know. Less. Good luck to you, Daniel Doss. When does SST dilution come into effect? June? It's not a surprise. What do you keep harping on about this? It's not a surprise at all. There will be an announcement for the split. There'll be an ex-dividend date. They're not gonna like split the fucking stock illegally overnight or something. It doesn't provide any opportunity. It's fucking stupid. Can't SST shorters be saved with reg share time machine? The can be saved. Why the fuck do they give a shit about the shorts? Why are you assuming collusion between the two parties? The MMs make money on both sides of the fucking trade. They can collect the synthetic longs on a $25 stock. its future valuation is going to be absolutely fucking nothing. Hop in their reg show time machine and buy the shit back at $4 or $5 a share. While selling calls into massively spiked volatility. Nothing but money. There's no reason for them to be on either side of the trade. They make the most money there from being neutral. Isn't there a 10-day notice for split minimum? I believe so, yeah. If anything, Ryan Cohen has telegraphed the split massively months in advance of the actual split announcement. That would be the opposite of catching somebody down with their pants down. That's like, hey, this thing's coming, just telling you it's going to happen, and then doing it. Holding on to your BBY call over the weekend? Yeah. Tomorrow's stream title, Reg Show Time Machine. There is no stream tomorrow. The market's closed. So I guess the only surprise occurred when the announcement came out and we ran in after hours. Yeah. That was about the extent of surprises that are going to happen due to the split. Close under 150? Maybe. I think there's a good chance that Max Payne's moved up. Max Payne's probably closer to like 150, 250 now. But Pickle, I thought RC wants to cause mass so we can all be rich. I think his position's a little more delicate than that. Tomorrow's stream title off air. I'm just gonna stream the fucking ticker in after hours for 8 hours tomorrow. I think Musk tendered an offer for Twitter lower than what Twitter would have accepted in order to shed his shareholding. On the inevitable pump. Otherwise, he would have offered more, right? What's the worst mixed drink you've had? There have been a lot of them. Strawberry daiquiris with red rum. That was bad. How do you feel about October 21 $300 calls? Decent. It's like an IV play, but I don't hate them. So you're saying Elon just scammed the market? Isn't that like what he does? Why do you guys think Elon has a purpose besides getting richer? That's all he gives a shit about. He's not trying to save the world. He just buys companies, demands they say he invented all of their products, and then pump and dumps them repeatedly. Literally any cocktail from any place in Chelsea. You forgot tomorrow is the OnlyFans Bad Friday stream. I've been saving up my tip money for weeks. Oh yeah. Who's buying my 15x weekly calls at the top of a massive run? How are those bidders? How are there bidders for those? Market makers. They just want to make the money on the arbitrage. SST volume is so low that if a butterfly farts, that would be enough to force to make the price go up. You might not be wrong. Ugh, shit recovery at 2091 though. Look at all that volume for shorting. And the volume's not that low, but it's pretty low. I wonder what put side looks like right now. Mm. Fucking seriously? Massive sell orders for in the money calls. Interesting. Roll 250 buys, 1.8 million. 50. It's hard to buying and selling off. It's still super call heavy. Have you traded any short squeezes? If so, which one? Spurt, GameStop's run up in January. Tesla, if you could really call it a short squeeze. Couple fucking penny stocks I can't remember the names of. After mediocre earnings, what data could we have seen to predict the run we had in March? Could have looked for the obligations that they were building up for 3 months. ETF flow and options trades. ETF FTDs. FYI, you literally have what? DM me, Stefan. I didn't get to see what you said. No, you literally have hate watchers. That is people in other discords taking what you say out of context in real time and debating about it in random discords. It's stunning. I had to add in real time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. Were you around to see DFV getting doubted on Wall Street bets? Yeah, I saw quite a bit of that. This is before I bought into GameStop, but people were really giving him a lot of shit for probably putting out some of the best DD Wall Street bets I'd ever seen. The contrarian in me, though, led to me agreeing with him. Actually, I probably wouldn't have noticed him if people didn't hate him so fucking much at the time. Have a great Easter weekend, Girk. Love the show and appreciate all your insight. Thank you. Thank you, Al Pacino. Booty sweat. We see massive in the money call buys at close on SST. Can't the shorts on SST be buying those and selling them at a loss to stop the massive 25 S from getting into the money today, burning a ton of OI? Potentially. I mean, you're probably seeing a hedge from the market makers going into close, but sure. Rolled to 160, not quite ready to say goodbye to my babies. I doubted it. Never read the actual DD. Didn't buy in till SI went above 100%. I mean, still a good buy in. Dave's bullish baconator. Does this look bullish? Not really. Maybe if we'd pushed a little higher on the first test, we might still close relatively high. I should check and see if I can find out what Max Payne has moved to today from this morning, or if it has. Maybe on the weeklies. No, Max Payne's still at 150. We'll see. I might push it down into close. What's wrong with SST? Not enough pressure. Amazon split is just a forward split, and it's also just a split. They're not raising their corporate charter. There's no surprise. No one gives a shit how much they split it. There's no relative net change to the value of the stock because of a split. You understand that, right, Daniel? There's no advantage to a surprise, and there isn't one because there's still a 10-day advance announcement of the ratio. Are we now SST bag holders? We'll find out. It's looking like it. I mean, I'm not going to bag hold it. I'll just sell it. Are you still bullish on SST in the midterm? I mean, there's no reason for the price to drop. No shares are being made available, right? It's just like the illiquidity on GameStop, right? If they short it, they create FTDs. It's pretty simple. If they manipulate the price down, then the price has to go up. I'm not negative about the split, but be honest about it. Don't try to make it out to be something it's not. Splits are good for bulls. I'm bullish on the split. I'm all about it. I'll have more shares. I think it's going to drive interest out of the stock. We don't know the ratio because there's no fucking split announcement yet. When the split is announced, we will know the ratio. Jesus goddamn motherfucking Christ. How hard is that to understand? The thing announced is not an announcement of a split. It's an announcement of the intent to raise the amount of shares that the corporate charter allows in the float. It is not a fucking split announcement. One more fucking time, not an announcement of a split. They can raise the number of shares in the corporate charter and never fucking split the stock. Jesus Christ. You typically expect the same amount of consolidation on each shoulder. Roughly, within a range. This doesn't look particularly great. It is finding a bottom. Please use some of this to buy lisinopril to offset your blood pressure gains. I think a teenth is $4. Don't put it in your eye, though. Thank you so much, kind of huge. Thoughts on wheat next week? I don't know. Could be spicy. There could be FTDs, but it's an ETN. So yeah, I guess we'd expect them to be satisfied. Do you agree that AMC is a distraction to draw capital from GME? To some extent. Finwit shills luring bag holders to bank on your basket swap theory cycles. Is that what they're doing now? Whatever. You you know, you think they're trolls, but it's hard to tell. Oh, it's absolutely bullish. I don't think a stock split's not bullish. But the misunderstanding of it is just unfucking believable. How is it that this large of a chunk of the population is unaware of due process in law? These are the same people telling me that I should be looking for crime in the markets. Are you about to yell me full name? What, Rhino? GameStop raises corporate charter to 1 billion. Does 924 million share offering. You heard it here first. Any reason people with lent out shares wouldn't want to recall their shares? Risk? Or they don't need to? Why stop getting free money? If Jimmy splits, which part of the company should I choose? Who do you love more? Split seem like pipe dream? No, they're very likely to split, but they haven't announced it yet. At what point will you sell your SST shares? I don't have any shares. I just have calls. I'm willing to take like a 50% hit on them. So S1 was amended again for SST. Is there a legit reason for this other than a delay tactic from the company to release shares? It's just a delay tactic, right? They're not. You just have a very biased data set. I have the same data set everyone else does. The old saw applies. Think about how dumb the average person is. Then remember that half of the population is dumber than that. Who's the best trader or investor in your opinion? You have Buffett, Elon Musk. What's her face's husband? No, keep yelling. All of the chat is hard as stone. How many thetas are lost over a long weekend? A few? Same like weekend? Did you hear the SS is making Shids a mod? Awesome. Then they can get down to business. Who's the best trader or investor in your opinion? I already answered that. Why do you ask it twice? Jesus. It feels like nothing. Gold foil jumpsuit. MMTLP shell. Yeah, Pelosi. Hasbro. Stuff going on with the board. Hostile takeover. Alta Fox wants them to split off WotC. Really? Interesting. I'll dig into it. DM me about that so I can look at it later. Big wheeler cat peeler. If it closes above 150, won't there be a lot of hedging? Not a lot, but some. Are you scared for your CCs? No. They were, what were these? 485? As long as we open Monday under 156.95, then I don't give a shit. Are you scared for Moonwind CCs? I think he rolled them. Because he was at 150. Twitter, any hope for next week? Maybe. It's not looking great. We'll see. I bought a couple weeks out on Twitter. Would you roll or hold HD 315 down double digits? What date do you have, Bean? Daniel Doss, undeterred. Twitter max pan still at $44. Think it will get walked down into close? Maybe. I don't know. My calls are for a couple weeks out. I really don't care right now. Still don't know how high we close on the day. Really starting not to like these fucking SST calls. Am I gonna cut them? Nope. The fucking price move up. Just bought a $46 Twitter straddle for August 22nd. Probably not a terrible choice. I don't know how much more room it has to the downside, but that's why I bought in when I did this morning, which seemed like a great spot. It wasn't. But I don't have like a big position there. I just have 2 calls. There's a gap from 40 to 44 from April 1st. Oh, yeah. It could fill, I guess. I don't know. I think the market's going to kind of turn around this coming week. Unless we get some crazy shit happening over the weekend with Russia or commodities or something like that. There's no more economic data coming out. No Fed meetings. SLD briefly over. Yeah, oil and energy are going up. I think DK, if that's happening, it seems like there's a fundamental flaw in your entries, right? You know what stock I love this week? BTU. It's just done so fucking well all week long. Coal. It's great. I mean, it's not. It's really bad for the environment, but still. Massive Taylor Farms food processing plant caught on fire today. Interesting. GME gets slammed in the last 10 minutes. We'll see. Possible. For those of you that are curious about the 152.50 calls that I sold, there's two reasons I'm not selling them or rolling them or doing anything with them. One, I think we could go below VWAP before close. Two, they're only 67 cents in the money and they expire next week, and thus not super likely to get exercised. Three, rolling them would cost more than just letting them expire. Or get assigned. Are you still in any volatility plays? On what? Reposition my GME calls to late July. Took a loss of $1,200. It's a better time to reposition them than later. What about UVXY? We'll see. Oil's doing good. My Oxy position from yesterday looks nice. Steel a little bit down on the day, which is disappointing. But plenty of time on those, so. Entire portfolio is a volatility play. That's not true. Only sometimes. Only leading up to the run on GameStop. No, I had all my options were super safe, unfortunately. I would have made a lot more fucking money if I'd had like 300s and 350s. If you're bullish on the underlying, isn't wheeling pretty risk-free? Barely. I mean, within reason. How low do you see AMD going? It can go to 86. I don't think it will. Earnings are still pretty close, and it's still kind of far from 86. That's on Chasing Cat. Wait for a rejection. If it doesn't reject overnight, I wouldn't chase it right now. If you're looking at 230s or 232s, you probably want to buy them far enough out that it can fail this test, drop, and then climb back up again, which could take weeks. I don't know if I want to carry this over the weekend, honestly. It's gone up so fucking much today. The next resistance, like strong resistance, is at 233. Mm, 230, actually, if we count this fail. So it's approaching one. I'm not. I don't know. I have fairly far dated calls. $229.93. And there's some risk in carrying it over the weekend if it closes below that resistance, but I don't know. It looks like it's going to try to break it before close, honestly. So how hard do you think SST is going to dump? When? When it gets diluted? Super fucking hard. Just back down to 20. Is there like a lot of open interest at 20? Not like a ton. Oh. That's what they're fighting for. I get it now. Well, that makes me a little more bullish. Who the fuck owns those? Like, that's a shitload of open interest. Hmm. Oh, less scared. We'll play a little faster and looser with those. Um, You bought 0 DTE puts on Ader? Can it tank hard enough? I don't think it can. Selling some cat calls you own? I might take back my cost basis before close. We'll see. Oh, there's 12,500 calls in the money on SST for May 20th at $20 and another 5,000 at $17.50. Both for next month's expiration. Long dated SST puts to hedge shorter dated SST calls because it could crash hard when dilution hits, right? You could, yeah. TA on O, headed for all-time highs, seems bound for a correction sale. Why would anyone sell O right now? It's doing great. I found that auto buys set at like below 65 are really good. I don't know if it'll break all-time highs. Probably. It's nice when you get a fat dividend and the underlying value goes up. That's why I own it. One of the few stocks I actually own. I'm a budget degenerate. Buying some SST at close for next week? Maybe. Maybe I'll get some 2250s. I shouldn't be as greedy on it as I am, but I know that they're not getting any shares, so I don't know, I'm not super concerned with the downside. As long as I have some time for those FTDs to come in, then it should be good. I can't really do options in the UK. What was the other question? I didn't see the one that I was supposed to have ignored. So it's 1.2 million shares in the money at $20 on May 20th. It's 18,000 options contracts. So 1.8, which is almost 3 times the currently available float. I mean, the contracts at 55 aren't going to influence the price in any way, though. Sorry, Two-Tone. I missed what you said, man. If you want to ask again. I was asking what you thought about INO. Novio Pharmaceutical. I don't like pharma companies. It looks like it's having a bit of a trend reversal, but not a very strong one. It may be coming up a little bit in the near term. But, you know, maybe just back to like $4. Indo. You didn't write Indo the first time. Oh, this looks good. Just moving in line with energy. What do they do? Holding company, oil and gas exploration. Ugh. So it has 2 assets already. So they have some production. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's a little chasey. But it is sort of, well, it at one point broke over its previous high. Or, well, previous resistance. How does it look on the intraday? Just straight fucking up? That's interesting. I don't know what's going on here. It's a lot of demand all at once. Short positions getting out, maybe? No options. Curious. Up fucking $10 almost from today's low. I mean, it kind of looks like a squeeze, but they only have a 1.88 million free float, so it could be one. I don't really know enough about the short positions and stuff there to say for certain. If you owned it $10 ago, congratulations. Did you yeah, I averaged down my May SSTs, but my cost basis is still like around 200, Dominic, for the May 25s. I don't know if right now I want to average those down more or just by like 2250s. This happened in India right before the beginning of the war. Some of us scalped it. I mean, you could try to scalp it. It kind of seems like it's starting to hit a little bit of resistance, so the opportunity to scalp might be over at this point. It doesn't have options, which I both like and dislike about it. Which means there's no delta hedging to sustain the run, which means the runs can be a little more volatile. Are calls same as puts? I mean, they're both options contracts. Power Hour song, same as not worth it. I can play it, but it always feels, I don't know, it always feels shitty to play the Power Hour song when we're not running. About 1,000 shares of SST in the mid 30s. Am I a long-term investor now? Fucking Christ. You could sell in the money covered calls if it runs again. That might be your best way of getting out with a little bit of profit. I don't know if it'll break 30. It could. When you first got on this play and saw the potential for major profits, did you think you would have to deal with so many pours, asking questions, and driving in reverse? Heath Dill. I too drive in reverse. As a matter of fact, I had to reverse my car like, I don't know, it was like nine or 10 times the other day when I went to the dentist. The person behind me parked very, very close, and I kind of had to like inch my way out of the parking spot. How many SST calls do you own currently? I have 27. Not scalping endo now. Yeah, I see that. I'm just saying, I don't. Just for people that are thinking about scalping it now, windmill. I'm saying it doesn't look very good to scalp at this moment. I didn't say your name with a sigh. I was addressing the question with a sigh because I still have to reverse my car. No, I have like a normal sized car. It's not a Hummer. I live in New York City though, so it's very easy to get. I mean, like the guy behind me parked close, and then some asshole put one of those rent-a-scooters in between the two cars in the little space that he had already left me. I probably should have just picked up the scooter and put it on the fucking sidewalk, but they have like alarms that go off and it's annoying. No, I don't have a Tesla. Acknowledge your new billionaire. Who is he? Where did he go? Grizz Murgatroyd. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Could this have been an upper test of Wyckoff, then ouchie down down, then violence? It's looking better and better. What date for SST do you have? May 20th. Thoughts on DNMR, a rounded bottom breakout. Target would be the first test of MA 200. Take profits at faster MAs greater than MA 50. What time frame are you looking at this on? Oh, I hate these shit like $1 plays. Why does everyone like these so much? Your SST May 20. Yeah. It's like 2 and change. I'm trying to add these to it, but these are at 260. My cost basis in IBKR is 207. And then my cost basis in Schwab on them is 245. But I have 20 contracts in IBKR. 5 in Schwab, 2 in WeBull. Did I buy contracts in Schwab? Why am I looking at this shit stock? I don't want to look at this. I don't care if you make $1. Go nuts. It looks okay. Although I would say that it's gonna come down for a couple days before it hits the 200 MA. I assume you're looking at it on the 4-hour. Ooh. Like this. GME, not so great. It's not because poor, though. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you have to make bad entries on shitty stocks. Now, his entry's actually not bad. That's unfair. It's a fine entry. But the range is garbage. Like, it's like Ader. Like, are you gonna put $5,000 or $10,000 in to scalp fucking a $2 increase? 5 or 10,000 in to scalp like a minimal increase? It's just, I don't know. Like, there was money to be made in Ader off of volatility, but by the time it started running, that was mostly gone. And why scalp volatility? It's like, it's pointless. No, but you'll see fucking YouTube day traders and shit do that all the time. They'll be like, oh, look at all these fucking profits I made, but they're risking like 20 grand to make like 2K on a trade. I don't hate it. But your fucking target range is $1. If you want to know why I like track like blue chips like Cat and Netflix and Apple and shit like that, it's because they have solid like $5, $10 moves. Still confident on SST for May. Yeah, I like the OI at 20 and 1750. I'll hold. I'm not quite down 50%, and I'll risk that because that's half the profits I made on the first 2 run-ups. Yeah, but then like after you get lucky, if you get lucky on a play like that, right, and you turn 8K into 60K, fuck me in the pants. Then fucking you've bought yourself some time to buckle down and not need to be lucky on the next play. Right? Now you've got some capital. Now you can afford to be smart with it. There is a strong case to be made for being a bit of a gambler until you've managed to get your hands on some capital. But once you have, you should protect it. Otherwise, easy come, easy go. Angry professor of stocks. I mean, I see it all the time. People will be like, oh, like I made like 50K on this run and now I'm down to 10. What do? And it's like, You don't take the risks with it once you have it that you took to get it. There's a big difference between gambling when you've got nothing and gambling when you have something to hold on to. What if I just like the gambling part? Well, we know you do, Moon. That's why you have massive tax bills and nothing to show for it. But you also have enough that you can take more risk. We know it's a very solid bet, but to them it's insanity. I mean, but that's the case for most stock plays that are good, that are truly have value to be realized, right? Is that until you've really done the research and dug deep in it, you can't have that confidence in the investment necessary. To most people, GameStop just looks like a volatile, weird stock that's kind of overpriced. But we understand the value intrinsic in what the company is doing moving forward. That plays into all the other, idioms you've heard about trading, like being greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. You should always be thinking and acting against the status quo because, well, the status quo doesn't win, right? I'm starting from a negative 100K tax bill. You'll be able to sell so many covered calls, Moon. I don't know. I'm wondering if HD can slip again. It might just find support and bounce from here. It looked better when it was trading a little higher, ironically. Like at 306, 307. I don't like this move down to 305. It's not a big one, right? It's still relatively at 306, but mm, 305.07 looks like fairly strong support. But it may slip down back to that again before it runs. I wonder, I mean, well, it did kind of already, right? It hit 305.05. So that is the resistance. But this bounce doesn't look very strong, right? It's not like backed with any real volume. I might wait for a breakout of 306.20 before entering anything to the long side. If it can break 306.20, 306 306.20, 306.25. Yeah. If it can break back through that range, I'd be a little more bullish. Otherwise, I think you could get a cheaper price. SST fully dead? Time for puts? I don't think so. I think they're just trying to get those 12,000 calls out of the money. And it doesn't seem like they're very successful with the plan. They got it down to exactly $20. And they're pushing down really hard, but I don't know how long the shorts on this can sustain that. I wonder what SST Gex is going to look like. Fuck, I don't have any way to track it. I don't think it's a bad play, Definite. I know you don't use options. It's not terrible, and it looks reliable. It's a good setup. I'm not going to deny the quality of the setup is solid. I just don't like small movers like that. I think you can find the same setup on stocks that move more, frankly. But your cost of entry would probably be higher because you're not using options. Update Reddit. What am I updating Reddit on? I already told Reddit what I expected from today, and it's basically done that. Almost exactly. Did I not? I feel like I said this morning. Losing my mind. Gamma neutral is at 149. Profit taking if we test 153, 155. Relatively close, 156. And then back down towards gamma neutral. Which is exactly what we're doing. Perfect analysis of the day. This is like my 5th day in a row of accurately predicting GameStop's price movement. I keep getting shit for it in the middle of the day. Chill. I know. Cenix? 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 Is that like a stock or a question? I think I've been pretty accurate throughout this whole run. Our data is getting pretty good, I think. Or at least my analysis of it is. I'm here with you at 150-250, staring at Max Payne. Easy money with your dead-on calls, Brisky. I mean, I wouldn't be holding 150-250s. I wouldn't have sold 150-250s if I thought I was going to be wrong. 160 safe next week. Oracle of New York. Too soon, man. Too soon. If you were just trying to trick us all into buying your CCs, teaching us how to sell CCs doesn't make sense. I know, I don't have knowledge of everything. Believe me. There are gaps. I know when you asked about AMD a ton, I feel like you said both that it's following the market down and you said shorting into earnings. It's both. Do you think earnings play is likely profitable? It could be. AMD generally has pretty good earnings. There could be some supply chain issues. Product announcements are a big part of their better earnings that they've had historically. So if there's not a lot of interesting new things, people don't like that. But I can't imagine that they're going to earn, like, their EPS is going to drop. I would imagine probably has gone up. Also, over the last quarter, GPUs have been hitting a more fair value in the market. They're being priced closer to MSRP, which would indicate that they're in fact moving more product. I've used that as a gauge for NVIDIA and AMD earnings in the past, and it's been mostly accurate. When they're pumping out a lot of GPUs, the prices tend to normalize, which improves their profits. Their profits tend to be a little worse when the GPU market's inflated, because it's the resellers that are making the profits, not them, and it's due to lack of supply. DNMR also has a 16.7% borrow rate. I mean, that's compelling. It could break. I mean, if that's what you're trying to target, or you're trying to target a break from that low to the upside. I'm not saying it can't, but that breakout isn't very big. Does one sell more in the money CCs for next week's max pain of 145? That's greedy, because next week's max pain can change. I think it's on the 25th, yeah. Is SST fun over, or is that a really good entry? It hasn't been diluted yet. So if you have confidence that they will continue to fail their short position, then it still looks good. Remember, their short position's trapped at a much lower price. I'm still not sure if I want to average down or maybe just get some 2250s. I know they can issue shares in June, but not yet. And it's not issuing shares, it's warrants. What's your prediction for GME for early week next week, Monday, Tuesday? We'll have to see. I don't know if we're going to see a significant amount of exposure. Had we closed today out at like 156 or something, maybe. 150s are still in the money. And we are slightly up for the day. So there'll be some GEX going into next week. We have some interesting ETF FTDs due soon from the drop after Feb OPEX. From the last time they slammed us down. This. Here on like March 11th, well, this whole period, March 3rd to March 11th, we're gonna start moving into this on the FTDs, and a lot of this was done with puts. So it's interesting to see how this round of FTDs will play out, because these are going to be largely net short. If we see market improvement during this time period, or we have some active fund pressure, or institutional interest remains high in GameStop while these FTDs are coming in, we could see some price improvement. Maybe even relative price improvement. That was almost a $40 drop. Believe it or not, I think a lot of this was from back here. So I think there's a little more of that to be realized. From here to over here. I bought some Oxy. That's really the only oil stock I have right now. I had some futures on the big spike a couple months ago. I guess it was like a month ago. But I closed those out. I had some rig back then too. I don't hate rig. Rig's interesting. It's a cheap gamble on a spike in oil prices, or at least demand and exploration. Oxy's solid. BP is interesting. Maybe not the best true oil play, as they're really, putting a lot of money into green energy and getting out of oil. But BP is also going to have a shitload of cash on hand soon, if they don't already, from the closure of Russian assets. There's more to that. I can't remember the whole deal off the top of my head. I wrote it down somewhere. Like 3 billion or something like that. I averaged down my May 25s. Liked where I brought my cost basis. Oh, cool. It's Occidental Petroleum. I don't know if BP is going to take a hit on Russia, Dave. I think they just liquidated the assets there, so they should actually just get a big fat stack of cash. BTU looks good for the next year and a half or two. Like, no joke. BTU will probably double in value. If you want something to buy and hold, it's a hell of a good choice. Where do you read up on all of this? Everywhere. Everywhere I can get information. BTU. I want to see some crazy shit, right? So, like, BTU looks here on the... So, like, nice cup and handle starting back in September. I bought a little bit of a position over here, but nothing much, just because we were seeing some economic uncertainty, and I bought a little more here. Well, the higher end of that range, actually. I bought it, like, up here. And then I just bought more this last week. A much bigger position. Like, it looks great here, right? Easy cup and handle, probably like $40 test, right? But this is where it looks really great. Out here on the weekly. That's a much bigger cup and handle. When you realize that your cup is in fact just the handle. Exciting. Exciting times. BTU calls already up 50% this week. Great call. You're welcome. Do you have DDs on things like BTU? Yeah. That Gert came out of the box at the factory, preloaded with market knowledge. Is it too late to get into BTU? I don't think so. I don't know. Does it have an intraday cup and handle? Let's find out. Yes. It's got cup and handles on it. It's got more cup and handles than you can imagine. You could have a tea party. There's some ethical concerns with buying BTU. They're a one of the world's largest coal mining operations, Peabody Energy. They're not a good company. They're evil in every sense. But they do provide an essential product for energy, even today in 2022. Do we investments in foreign companies? Maybe? No, not really. Talk about Senex? I didn't. Did you? Pollutant reduction facilities or smelter? Ooh. Probably a good play. Looks solid. Nice consolidation point. Decent entry. You're going to see a lot of this same pattern playing out in various commodities, but I like aluminum recyclers, especially what's going on with Russia. Doesn't matter if they're closing coal power plants or not. Should be noted that pointing out moral conflict isn't the same as feeling it. Seems like a warnings to others that they may feel it. They may. I mean, say we have to buy more GME. When do you think the bottom of this cycle will hit? That's hard to say. Could be towards the beginning of May. Could be as far out as early June. Coal will just be in demand. It's very simple. Big chunk of the world's energy is still derived from coal, regardless of plans to get rid of that. It's still a reality. When everything else is going in the shitter and coal's rocketing, there'll be a reason. Yeah, SST looks like it's climbing up nicely from the $20 bounce. I can't believe it pushed so far down. You do need coal to make steel. it is a greater trend to diminish the usage of coal in power plants. But the other plants aren't fully built yet. They're not ready. We haven't shifted enough into nuclear, which will be the greater demand. But that's further down the line, right? Uranium is an excellent investment for the long term because of that. It closes above 21. Likely price action next week. Natural gas, still limited resource. And you need rare earth. That's the other problem, is you're forgetting the generators. It's hard to get the generators. They're expensive. They have a limited lifetime. They require rare earth minerals, which are harder to come by. Coal's cheap, easy to mine, and the facilities for generating energy from coal are already there. AMD could hit 88.50 before a strong turnaround. It's possible, yeah. Its next really strong historical resistance is at 86. But there is some at 88.50 as well. Are you seeing the daily? You're trading a bounce off the. I thought you were trading on the 4-hour. You're trading a bounce on the daily 200 MA to the 50. That's a big fucking move, man. Thorium molten salt reactors. I mean, again, there's a timeline before those are up and running, right? Even if, and they're not very popular. Nice slow swing trade, lazy river. It could. I see resistance to the upside though at like 650. I think it was 650. What was the ticker again? DNMR. I mean, there's resistance at 650 and 9. Like, quite a lot at 9. This is also a SPAC, right? Is it a SPAC? I'm not sure. I'll have to dig into it more, but well, I don't really want to. But there's definitely upside resistance. A breakdown in the trend of the price trend. Ironic. Thoughts on Mo? Tobacco in a down economy isn't bad, right? Historically, no, but people smoke less now. It's hard to say. think someone's trying to push SST above 22. They might be. Could just be they couldn't hold it down anymore. 1750 a strong resistance for BBBY. I mean, they're making it one. Historically, not really, but yesterday and today a little bit. Are all traders basically degens at heart? I mean, you have to be a little bit. Because you're taking on greater risk for greater reward, right? If you weren't, you just invest in 5 to 10 year windows and wait. Alcohol tends to do well during recessions as well. So according to your backtested CC thingy, Tuesday morning is a good time to sell 20 Delta weeklies. Yes. No, we didn't close above max pain last week, actually. So last week, Friday would have been the time to sell them. And I think they would have been at like 168 or something like that. 165. And similar challenges exist with large plant alternator design as small ones. Except the coal plants are already there. They're already in place. So you don't have to make new generators for a plant that already exists. But to convert, you need to make new generators. Unless it's just a straight conversion, you use the same generators. I don't fucking know that much about that. That's going a little deeper than my knowledge on the electricity generation industry. Good entry on Docu. Yeah, sub 100's been pretty good recently. A little risk, but not bad. GME squeeze, same as 5 to 10 year window. Maybe inadvertently. Thankfully, you make a lot of money off of it every quarter too. Which membership gives access to Pickles Picks? Oh, Dillionaire. Pickles Picks shouldn't be the reason to become a Dillionaire, though. The reason should be that you're interested in trading either as a hobby or career, and you want to know more about it and fraternize with a group of like-minded individuals. Because there have been weeks where Pickles Picks was literally GME as cheap as fuck. Those are good. Those are good Pickles Picks. But if you'd invested $12,000 in Tesla in 2011, you'd have $1 million today. Would that be a boring hold for you? I mean, a little bit. I'm not disagreeing that there's anything wrong with that. I invested in Tesla a while back. But I'd prefer to get in when it's gonna do something rather than just hold it for no fucking reason forever. That style of investing is always, sold under the auspice that, it will grow, right? But you can just wait till something's going up a little bit and then buy it, right? You might lose out on that super cheap bottom price, but at least you're not in it forever. I'm a Pidgeot and I use the Pores general chat. I feel at home with the Pores. I know you do, Velvet. Also the easiest to bribe, right? Eric, say goodbye to your covered calls. Okay, Hugh. Let's get today's likes over 1K. Are they seriously not at 1K yet? What the fuck, people? Oh, they are. You lied to me. Don't worry, my dislike is coming. Thank you. I haven't been here all day. What, miss? When Twitch stream? I don't know if I'm going to stream Twitch tonight. Son of Ricky, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls.
AMD taking me to the breadline.
Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
A little bit.
Racks to the 510 weeklies.
If you bought them far enough out, I don't know what you're worried about. You don't buy long-term options for short-term gains, right? No, my lights are off because my fucking eyeballs worn out. Is SST currently the most respectable and sound degen play? The fundamentals support price movement to the upside. Are you surprised we didn't get beat down for the end of the week? Is this bullish? I mean, it still implies a decent degree of control over the price. I think we had a little bit of bullish momentum. I like the high for this run. It's still, it has now become the high. So if we drop off from here and don't see another, like the next high is lower, that just implies that we're still moving along the trend. If we have a lower low on this and then move to a higher high, that implies we're moving into phase E. What's the benefit to buying a shorter dated option at all? You don't intend to be in the play for very long, so there's no reason to pay the extra money for theta. You can get more leverage for relatively the same cost. Luigi, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, man. Thank you guys so much for the memberships. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD.
I don't know, if the company makes a shitload of money and the CEO makes a shitload of money, that's fine, right? I think there's a problem if the company makes no money and the CEO is getting paid a fuck ton of money. Where the CEO pay is not in line with the company profits. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but it also depends on the CEO's pay structure. It's not something I really pay attention to very often, but would you hold AMD June 105s through earnings? I have June 100s. I don't intend to sell them. Lisa Sue hasn't failed me yet. I read chapter 1 of Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. Is it too early to quit my day job? Yes. Is there a ratio? Not really. Every company will be different. Use your judgment. Do you feel, I mean, look at it and see if you feel like the CEO is being overcompensated. You can compare it to other companies in the same sector. That's usually how it's done. Find a comparable, or find multiple comparables and then see where it falls in line with those. Looks like I'm buying 100 BBBY 22 CCs next week. Selling CCs or buying 100 calls at 22? Where's Humongous? He needs to be here for this. Talking shit on my covered calls. Tell me how to sell covered calls. I've been doing this since before you knew what a fucking stock was. What are we thinking of for dinner? I don't know. It's a good question. I'll probably just order something. I'm not really in the mood to cook today. I still don't know what a stock is. I want him to be here because it's going to be tense. Are we going to gap up right before close? Or are we going to drop more? For long being undercompensated, not for long. The media is not spinning it that way. They all donate to parties. They all donate to both parties. Have a great Elden weekend. Thanks, man. I don't know. We'll see if I stream. Maybe tomorrow. Kind of just like not have lights in my face tonight. T plus 2 plus 35C plus 2 to get the price back to the point of Cohen's announcement. It wasn't easy. And I don't think it'll stay there for long, but a lot of calls for 21 on SST. They have a $21 strike? Oh, maybe on the weeklies? Are my GME 177.50s for 422 safe? I don't think they're in any danger right now. I bet the PiFi gang can buy the float by selling CCs and buying shares. Man. Sometimes it's hard to think about. Did you hear Adabit is about to teach us all about operational shorting? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Seriously? Don't tell him, message him. Tell him don't. He's gonna fuck it up. I don't want to answer those questions. He's inadvertently ruining people's lives. Don't. Fucking asshat. 165 CC 422 safe. We're trading at 151. What do you think? No, I'm probably not going to do Twitch tonight. I'm not really feeling it. I'm waiting till market close to give Humongous some shit. And then I'm going to go over the things that happened today. And then that's about it. Closing over 150 is decent, yeah. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. You too, man. Ding ding. Day's over. 151.57. Almost back to delta neutral at 149, or gamma neutral at 149, which may have risen through the day. So we may just actually be at gamma neutral as of close. We'll find out Monday morning. Gonna be a long weekend. Market's closed. We are still in line for this being a peak. I don't know how that got moved, but this could be a peak on this continued descending consolidation that we're seeing. We do have slightly higher volume, which should be noted over the last 2 days, lining up more with our volume from almost exactly with our volume from the 11th, which was T+2 ago, but I won't really get into the importance of that. It doesn't really matter. But we do have a peak here, and we are seeing some downside from the peak at 156. This is lower than our previous peak at 160. There could be potentially some stabilization in the 140. Hold on. There we go. In the 140 range, right around here. If we do stabilize and this trend begins to shift, right? And we get a nice level of support. Not only will that be a great target for selling CSPs under or above, if you want to be assigned, it will give us some stabilization into the next cycle with likely very little downrange from there, right? We do have LPS here at 126-ish. It's like 126.84. And so we'll be looking for some consolidation to the downside, maybe the next couple days. We do seem to be kind of in an off-on pattern. So it may be like 1 day down and then we move up into the next one. Hopefully that down stabilizes at 40. That would be bullish and indicate a shift in our trend. Otherwise, if we do see a lower low, we will be looking for higher highs, right? So we'll be looking for something coming up above this previous high at 156. Otherwise, it's going to continue. The expectation here is that price action will continue down through this channel, both with lower highs and lower lows, and volume should continue to drop off. Once our borrow rate hits sub 1%, we may see some additional shorting pressure. But until that point, I don't think we're going to see a lot of downward push. So perfect time, on this descending channel to capitalize on profits on covered calls and, look for possible entry for the next move to the upside. And that's it, right? Barring all outside catalysts, obviously. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Have a lovely weekend, and I will see you all bright and early Monday morning. Oh, as far as the members only stream goes, I think I will do it Monday morning before market open. let me know over the weekend if you guys really, really want the members only stream on Sunday, but I'll have the pickles picks out Sunday night. I think maybe market open on Monday might be a better time to discuss them. But I'll see. I'll let everyone know on the Discord one way or the other. Pass, we get too much of you already. You're not even welcome, Gaff. You're not invited. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
Humongous knows what he did.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Riku!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.